I'm pretty good at saying this thing too, if anybody's got one. Thanks for quickly coming to order. Thanks everyone for being here. At least I'll say, and maybe Jessica wants to say something too, it's a pretty monumental moment to be back in person. It's a pleasure to see us all. It's been an amazing year on Zoom. We probably all have a lot of stories about that. They're mostly not good. Thankfully here, the one good amazing thing I can say is like getting ready for the meeting is a lot easier. And I kind of forgot that this morning. Get up, get ready, get going, get here is a whole different deal. So it's great to be here. Glad everyone's here in person. We used to do this, but we haven't done it in a while. I'm going to go ahead and say, we're going to say the pledge to start the meeting. And I'll leave us. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. All right, we need a motion to approve today's agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Tim, second by Kohler. Any discussion or any comments on the agenda? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have an approved agenda. It's our first time to have public comment in person again, and we're only entertaining public comment from people who are here. So appreciate those that are here. If anyone would like to make a comment, we, as you know, about 5 minutes, and we ask to stay within that limit and not repeat ourselves too much. And Cheryl is going to give an election supervisory report. Cheryl Ayers, chair of that. I'll ask you to do that at the end of this public comment. Anybody here have anything to say?
Could I ask a question?
Yes. Yes.
I thought when I was on Zoom the last time we had a meeting that something was said about having Zoom broadcast live. And when I went yesterday to get on to sign up, there was no sign-up place. So has that changed?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was a misstep of ours, is that about 3 of us thought the other person had done that. So I apologize. But it is being broadcast right now live.
Okay, so
Yes.
going forward.
Yes, we will have that as we usually had it, which was 10 days in advance. 10 days in advance, which is what we've done this past year.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I thought I was crazy.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up on that?
Yeah.
So Zoom with ability for folks on Zoom to make member comments?
No,
So if you want to make a member comment,
Yes.
you have to be here.
that's correct.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for my comment.
Or people can email like they've done before, or they can send in letters that they could ask to be read into the record. So if people can't be here in person, they have those 2 options as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vernon?
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah,
make a
state your
comment.
name and where you live.
Yeah. My name is Werner Heidel. It's great to be here in person again after more than a year. And it's great that we can trust the vaccines that have been provided to us. And I really want to talk about trust. Co-ops, and I type it out, and then I say, no, it doesn't work. And I'll speak ad hoc. Co-ops are unique organizations because they really work on trust. The trust for the greater good versus the trust for the bottom line or whatever ego you want to talk about. And so you are in a relationship with the community, with the greater community. And we're all in a relationship, personal relationships, business relationships. The question is really, the tri-state being a big topic right now, are we in a relationship that we can trust with tri-state? And you all have to ask yourself that question. has Tri-State deserves our trust. And I can go back to a few examples. It's about 20 years ago when the 50-year contract was signed. I talked to a lawyer, I talked to quite a few people. One lawyer told me it's unconscionable to have a 50-year contract. So I'm asking you, have you ever entered, any of you entered a 50-year contract? I wouldn't. Maybe when we sign our marriage vows, we hope it's going to be 50 years. But 50-year contract, especially in a business environment, in a technical sector that rapidly changes, is unconscionable. It's also, I've been told, it's an adhesion contract where actually Tri-State in this case has the bargaining power. And that's not a good relationship. So let's go back, and I could go other examples in between. Let's go back one of the most recent decisions by Tri-State to accept co-op members that are not electric co-ops, that are businesses. And why was that done? I mean, you all know to get out from on PUC, on the way from FERC. Does that raise my trust? Does that raise the trust of your members whom you represent? You have to ask yourself that question. And where the Tri-State, when if you cannot trust your partner in that relationship, that you want to stay in that relationship. The second question you have to look at yourself is how do you serve the community? And there's an economic and there's resilience issues, the way I see it. Economically, you looked at what benefits our community money-wise. We now know on a unique opportunity where actually renewable energy is less expensive than fossil fuel. So it means we can localize generation, whether it's our own capacity we build or if it is purchased electricity from a local facility or from the national grid. So does it benefit economically? You have done these studies. Does it increase resiliency if you have generate locally? If you have battery power storage or storage, which is now coming down rapidly in price, does that serve our community from point of resilience? Again, you know the examples of Kit Carson.
You have about a minute, Bernard.
Yeah, you know the examples of EMEA. The organizations who decided that it serves the interest. These are the questions you have to decide. And how long you want to go along in a relationship that many of us, and even you in your own opinion, realize is a relationship where you cannot trust your partner. So, thanks for listening.
Thank you. Appreciate
And
that.
I wish you the best in your decisions.
Thank you. Next, anyone?
This wasn't,
You're just genuflecting.
yeah, it wasn't connecting.
All right. Cheryl, we'll go ahead and give you the floor to give us a summary of the Election Supervisory Committee report.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Ayers. I'm a member in District 2 and served as the chair of the Election Supervisory Committee. I'm happy to report to you that all of the candidates submitted their final financial disclosures in a timely manner, and we accepted all of those. I also would like to tell you that we found that we had total confidence in the ballot counting as done by the county clerk, Tiffany Lee, and her staff. We found them to be both proficient and efficient. We tried to follow the policies that La Plata Electric has in place that created some issues, and as a result we have some suggestions for policy changes and procedural changes, which I won't go into right now, but I'll be happy to discuss with whomever wants to
Or
later.
will you submit those as a report?
Pardon me?
Will you submit those as a report? A written report, those recommendations?
I can submit those. My
I think that-
understanding was that probably I would be going over those with the president and maybe the CEO and the attorney. But I
Yes.
can submit our suggestions in a written format, just not today.
Okay.
Okay. And with that said, I'll just say on behalf of the entire ESC, I am confident to speak and say that it was an honor to be appointed by you to serve in that position. And we felt that in general, the election went very well, and we would be happy to serve again if you need us to. And we can say that the people who are here, who were elected, are supposed to be here.
Glad to hear that.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl. Very good. Anything else? Yes?
This is, having been a former member of this committee, and helping Tiffany this election count, we had one ballot envelope that had 2 ballots in it, which, according to the regs, we can't count but 1 ballot per envelope. So I'm just hoping that, and this had happened the year before as well, that, and I know people don't take responsibility for reading all the time and following rules, but it just breaks my heart not to be able to count a ballot that was returned. So somewhere on the ballot the envelope that you have to sign, I think there needs to be a little disclaimer. 1 ballot per envelope only. Extraneous ones will not be counted, or something to that effect. That's just has eaten at me.
Thank you, Betsy. Thanks for your work over the years and moving on to yet another role.
You're welcome.
Process.
I love doing it.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? All right, we're going to move along to the kind of high drama of the day.
Can I interject one?
Yeah.
So we forgot the safety talk real fast.
Oh, yeah.
So just wanted to remind the public that if there is an emergency or there's a fire, the alarms will go off. And there's a door, obviously, through the ones that you came in, but there's also a door back here. And so we just ask that everyone actually go across the street. So watch the traffic over into the parking lot, just to get far away in case police and fire need to get here, so that we're out of the way and we have a fire chief, so he can probably bark out commands for us as well. But we also have a defibrillator, and it's also, I think, in the hallway. I'm looking at Jerry. But there's also a fire extinguisher in the kitchens as well. So the bathroom is here, and it's unisex. That's changed. So just want to make sure folks know that. We understand that 1 bathroom is not ideal for people, but we are limited in space at the company, obviously. So I think that is all. And for COVID, we do have individual food, as you can see, but please make sure you use the Purell. There are some on the walls as well. And then we also have wipes for anyone else that feels uncomfortable with that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. So I see 2 of you. I did almost get ahead of ourselves here with the consent items have to be approved before we go on to the drama of the day. So with the consent items, including the approval of the minutes, are there any additions or corrections to those? Colby, go ahead.
I just move that we approve the consent board items. But the item I wanted to ask you about even before that is, I think it would be good if we had an introduction. I think there's people in here that haven't seen other people.
That's a good idea.
I will make a motion to
Okay.
approve the consent.
Who are you?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, this masked person, I've kind of been wondering.
I'll second.
Let's get a second to that. Yeah,
I'll
thank
second.
you, Dan. And then for discussion, any additions, corrections to the minutes or anything else to add there? Tim,
I submitted some.
you submitted several. I think we got those.
I still have a question. I don't know if we need to take that up now, but at some point I would like to talk about how resolutions are posted. some of the documentation that should at least be referenced in the minutes? Okay.
Any further discussion on the consent items?
Is this something we need to discuss now?
Not according to the attorney. So last month, if I can?
Yeah.
So last month, we passed a resolution in the board meeting, which was not included in the minutes. It was a new resolution we made at the time, right? And I wasn't sure where it was or how it's referenced. It wasn't in the board packet to refer to because it was a different one. So I just said, hey, could we include that in the minutes? And Robert's rule says we don't do that. So I'm just asking that we somehow make a notation to where that is so that we can find it in the minutes later. Because I've tried to find it and couldn't.
So that's interesting, because I thought only actions got documented in minutes, and isn't a resolution an action? And now I'm going to look at the lawyer. Isn't that an action?
Yeah, I mean, so the resolution is part of the corporate documents, right? It's part of our corporate history. It's posted on our website, sort of maintained in our corporate records as an official action of the corporation. So it's available to anybody that wants to inspect our records. It's available under our policy 108, our automatic disclosures that's listed on our website. To me, I don't know that it's necessary to sort of read it into the record by appending it to the minutes if you would, but I mean, you can append non-minute documents to the minutes by motion and vote. So, if you...
So what you're suggesting is I would make a motion, I would append those to those minutes as a correction?
Yeah.
And then the board could vote on it.
Yes.
Is there a question?
Yes, these were my comments, I believe, last month about we're briefing the minutes down, and there needs to be a reference to what was discussed or the documents so people can go find them if they want to reference them.
And I'm, if you don't mind, Bob, I'm tracking this. So if the minutes as drafted don't reference the resolution itself, is that the issue? Because they should at least they should mention the resolution, and they should tally the vote. So if they don't do that, then the minutes do need to be corrected to reflect.
At a minimum, say resolution 20-856 was.
Yeah. So if they don't even say that much, that is an error in the minutes that needs to be revised.
And then,
That's good.
So.
and then we have a location on our public-facing website with all the resolutions.
Yes.
So someone can go ahead and reference that number and go on your website and look up all the resolutions.
Yeah, so each resolution, so if you look at our board materials website page, it has the agenda, the minutes, and link to the recording of the meeting, and then it has sort of an extra items section, and that's where we put the resolutions that we pass. So, but I'm...
And to Dan's point, the minutes are, according to these rules, are specifically just supposed to be action items of minutes. If any of the public wants to go back to hear what happened, that's why we record these live, and we also have recordings, so they can go back to the recording and listen to any component of the meeting.
So yeah, just to sort of, the Robert's Rules of Orders is that the minutes should contain mainly a record of what was done at the meeting, not what was said at the meeting. But if this is something that was done, that wasn't recorded, right, it does need to be changed.
A past resolution is an action.
Yes.
So we can go back to the minutes and make sure that that resolution number is in there.
This is 2019-10?
Mm-hmm.
10.
Yes, and so the passing of it, 7-3, is in the minutes.
Right.
So,
That's correct.
so that action is good. So Tim, you're asking about having it itself
Yeah,
in there?
I think as a record
of
of minutes, right? If I could just say what I was trying to say again. Some notation where we can find this in the minutes, I think is very important. Yeah, we passed something that we have none of us had a record of it in the board packet to vote on it. We don't have a record of it in the minutes. So I guess, yeah, we go onto the website someplace. Why can't we put that address in the minutes? We can go find it directly by clicking on that. And it now has a minuted record of how they're located, what it is that we all passed. I just think that's kind of being common sense, and I'd say Robert wasn't around reading his stuff when there was electronic websites.
So to put like a hyperlink in the minutes that would, if you were to go to the minutes and then click on resolution 20, yeah, I don't think
Where
we
you
need,
can actually see it.
I don't think we need a motion to do that. That's just sort of a format
Well,
change.
that was my suggestion. Either put it in there or put a link to it.
We will do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
We agree without further action.
So we
We've
can
got to be
all
able
go
to
find,
So,
So in doing that, if we put the link in the minutes, would then the public be able to go in and find that link the same way?
Yes.
And read the minutes and go,
because the
okay.
minutes are public.
As long as I agree with Tim, I think it needs to be easily found.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that. Because we're trying to improve the website for access. That's a good suggestion.
We're going to bend Robert a little bit.
so we're
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Sounds
I
like
think
we're good
that's
there.
Okay.
One more?
This is about discussion of the consent items?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't have that, but I do have the time after we vote.
Okay, so any further discussion on the, we have a motion and a second on the consent items. Any further discussion?
Just that it will include the modified minutes, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right. Now, next. go ahead.
If you Google LPEA 2019-10, the first item that comes up is actually the resolution. So just letting you know, because I hate navigating websites, so I always just Google it and it almost always gets right there. Letting you know.
But we'll have a link for that. So that when you're reading the
Yes.
minutes and you say they passed this, you can say, what is that?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, any further discussion or comments before we proceed? Yeah, Joe?
Just Bob, just to kind of review, on Zoom, it was real easy to hit the button to raise hands, so I'm assuming we'll do the same thing
Yeah.
as we've done in the past.
Yes, yeah. That's your Zoom hand and it doesn't have to stay up. Although, keeping this hand like this, might ease us back into this a little bit. All right. So we're going to proceed now to the election of the officers.
We're going to do introductions.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, who are you again? Do you mean introduce the board?
Well, I think the board and the staff.
Let's start
That's
with,
my thought, because I
start with
see
the
some
staff.
pictures, I don't know
Yeah.
what that is myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do,
Paparazzi.
Yeah.
So let's start with Jenny. You want to start with Jenny?
yeah.
Jenny, so,
Taylor.
yeah.
Yeah, I create the dashboard for you guys. So I'm the visual communication specialist.
Say your name again.
Jenny Taylor.
Okay.
So actually, I'm going to tell a little bit about Jenny because she has really helped us with our visual communications aspects of the company. We're very thankful because things have really improved in that regard. So thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Carl.
Carl Ramsey, VP of Finance.
Okay.
I'm Hillary Knox, and I'm VP of Member Experience, and Jenny is on my team, and so is Whitney, who just joined us last week. So she'll introduce herself.
Gary Hammer, I'm the District Manager in Progressive Streams.
Jerry Sunderland, VP Operations.
And Dan Harms, VP of Grid Solutions.
I'm Whitney Largent, and I'm also a digital communication specialist that just joined last week.
Great. Welcome. Yeah.
I'm Sue McWilliams, District 4 Director.
Nicole McInnes, District 2.
Rachel Landis, District 3.
Tim Wheeler, District 4.
Joe Lewandowski, District 3.
Graham Smith, the LPEA attorney.
Jessica Matlock, CEO.
Bob Lynch, District 1.
Dan Huntington, District 2.
I am more than a name, so you guys are going to get a little bit. I'm Kirsten Skin, District 1. I'm wearing a mask because our Lpa County is in red, and I have a compromised immune system. I didn't want to accidentally catch something over there and bring it to you guys. I think this is silly. but it's what it is.
John Lee, District 2.
Colin Messler, District 1.
John Wall, District 4.
And then we have Janelle in the back.
Janelle Fenstrom, the executive assistant.
Great.
It's all magic behind the scenes.
That was good, thank you, Colin. Yeah, that was good. Good to see you. Literally, people have joined since we were never in person, last time we were in person.
This is
in-person meeting
my
was-
14th meeting and my first one in person, so yeah, it was.
The last in-person meeting was February of 2020.
That's right.
That's a long time. All right, are we ready to proceed? All right, then I'm gonna turn it over to Graham here to, as typical, our attorney will walk us through and guide us through this election of officers process.
Welcome back in person, everyone. Just give us a quick walkthrough on our procedures. Our bylaws call for vote of officers by ballot, which implies a secret ballot. So Janelle and I have some pieces of paper and a basket. We'll hand out these pieces of paper to you guys to write the names of your preferred candidate on when we get to the period of voting. But first I'm going to start off just going over a little housekeeping to explain the nomination process and then explain the balloting process. So as soon as Bob, who is the acting president for this part of the meeting, opens the floor, any director can bring forth any nomination. You can nominate yourself. You can nominate someone else. A nomination doesn't need a second. The way we're going to structure this today is we're going to have we're going to go in the order of the bylaws. So we'll start with a vote for president, and then after that's done, we'll vote for vice president, and then after that, secretary, and then after that, treasurer. So if someone is not a successful candidate for an earlier office, you can be renominated and run for a subsequent office. You can nominate more than one person if you would like to, and we'll take nominations basically until everyone has had an opportunity to make the nominations that we want. We have a pretty small body. I don't think we're going to have a tidal wave of nominations. And then Bob can continue to preside even if he is nominated for office, and then we would appreciate, though, that if any director is going to decline the nomination, that they do so quickly, that we don't sort of go through a vote with somebody who doesn't intend to accept the office if they are elected. So we'll just go through, someone will say, I nominate Director X, and Bob will say Director X nominated for president. Are there any more nominations? We'll just go through until everybody that wants to be heard is heard. And then we'll proceed to voting, which I said Janelle and I will hand around the cards, and everybody should have pen too, right? So, and then Janelle and I will come around and pick it up in the basket, and we'll go back and count it here in the kitchen, and then I will report the results to whoever's presiding at that point, and that person will make the official announcement of those when so I say Director X got 10 votes, Director Y got 2 votes, so I'll announce Director X is elected to the position.
Rachel had a quick question.
Okay, yeah.
Quick procedural, so people get nominated, they accept their nominations. Do we have a chance, can we ask for people to kind of state their intentions?
Yeah, so once nominations are closed, then we'll sort of open it up for people. So we'll kind of keep a running tally of who is nominated, and then after nominations close, but before voting, every candidate will get to make a brief statement. And then we'll kind of keep going through in order. Our bylaws require a majority of a quorum for any board action, so I interpret that meaning whoever is running for an office needs to get a majority, not a plurality. So we have 11 directors present, so someone will need to get 6 votes to be elected to an office. And that was a great question, Rachel, and I skipped over. Anybody else have any other questions? Tim?
So I could be wrong, but I think in the past the attorney presided over through the entire election process, rather than hand it to the new president or something.
And I'm happy to do that if you guys want. I mean, just sort of going out of the book, I bother doing.
I'd encourage that, but that's what we're used to.
So I'm happy to announce the elections and to sort of keep everything moving. I don't have a problem with that. But then we do, at least under Robert's rules, are supposed to seat officers immediately on their election. So then the new officers would carry through the remainder of the meeting.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? Well, then I'm presiding, and I'll open the floor for nominations. For president.
I'll nominate Bob Lynch for president.
Lynch is.
I appreciate that and appreciate the sentiment that goes with that. And respectfully decline. Okay.
I'll nominate John Mitchell.
Corey, did you?
No, I wasn't nominate John.
Are there any other nominations for president?
So if there are no other nominations, this is where we really get into Roberts in a sort of funny way, right? When your elections are by a secret ballot, you're supposed to still vote by ballot and not supposed to vote by ascension. So even though we have one candidate, we'll still go around, pass the ballots around and collect them and come back with the results.
So while we're doing that, can we find the?
Can I help you?
That'll be good training.
These ones are ready.
Yeah.
Just put them together.
Yes?
We're still here from our candidate.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think that's.
President role.
Sure, thank you. So yeah, I think we're doing a lot of things right in this board right now, and so my hope and objective would be not to change a lot of things that we're doing right, and really focus in and bring the technical and financial expertise around the two core issues that are in the near term, which are, of course, our power and our broadband work, and really try to engage the staff as they want us, as they want me to, and then support Jessica in the best way that I can to create the best outcome for the community. And that's really the focus, of my interest in being in this position, and my hope for the continued success of the board as we go through this very, very interesting and challenging and technically difficult period. That's really the focus. And otherwise, stay out of the way on all the other stuff that's working pretty well.
Is everyone ready to? Everyone ready to vote? Go around.
Vote and collect ballots.
And collect ballots.
Glad you got this.
So with 10 votes, John Witchell is elected president of the board of directors. Congratulations.
Bob's out of here.
Yeah.
have to stay in the meeting though, Bob.
Is that why you greased the wheels on that chair?
How hot is that?
So can you do a reminder that we're supposed to have
That's
there's
like,
somewhere. Okay. Okay, these guys.
well, they used to be these little flowers.
They were,
But we switched to having them on the screen.
yes, he did.
I think it's an exercise to start it with.
It's like jump starting the car.
We had to find the tablecloth. No idea what we found in closets.
All right, everybody ready to move on to Vice President? All
I
right.
want to thank Bob for his esteemed service. And
Thank you very much.
10 minutes.
All right, so the nominations for Vice President are now open.
Sue, please.
I'd like to nominate Tim Wheeler for Vice President.
So we have Sue McWilliams nominated for Vice President, and you accept that nomination. And we have Tim Wheeler nominated for Vice President. You accept that nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any further nominations for Vice President? Hearing no further nominations, we'll go ahead and open the floor. Have Director McWilliams, if you'd like to give a brief statement.
Thank you. Well, thanks for the nomination, Dan. I really would like to be Vice President this year. I think that it's really important to have diversity, not only on the board, but also on the executive committee. And so I think I could bring that. Not always will I agree with everything, but I think that opposing views are also necessary to have a really healthy board. I do think that John and I will work really well together with the staff and hopefully serve the board very well as Vice President.
Well, thanks, Bob, and the board. Yeah, I also would like to be the Vice President. I think 3 years on the Executive Committee as the Treasurer, you're probably all tired of me reading out expense reports at the meeting. But I do feel I can still contribute and work hard. And at some point, perhaps, if the stars align, I would seek to be the president in the next 3 years. So the vice president position is a way to become familiar with the activity and work involved. So I think I would make a great vice president and continue to make a difference as an officer of the corporation.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to voting. Run down the name of your preferred candidate on the slip. We'll come around and pick them up. Maybe if somebody's ready, you can sort of let me know.
Thank you, sir.
You're good.
They're both three letters, that makes it easy.
Just blend them
Better
out.
than 4.
Huh?
Better than 4.
Who's a Milwaukee Bucks fan?
Go Bucks.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
Well, the buck stopped there.
Four straight, that's pretty rare.
Wait, can I have my vote back?
My son had those. If the Suns won, he would have won $900 because he was in some pool.
Oh,
$50. But I was still a Bucks.
yeah.
All right, so the results of the vice president election are that Sue McWilliams received 5 votes and Tim Wheeler received 6 votes. 6 votes is a majority of our quorum, so Tim Wheeler is elected vice president.
Thank you.
All right, proceed on to secretary. I'll open the floor for nominations for secretary. Colby.
Dan.
Dan, do you accept?
Yes.
Sue McWilliams.
Sue. And Sue, do you accept?
I'd like to decline that one, but thank you.
Have any additional nominations beyond Dan? Going once, twice? Dan, would you still like to make a brief statement, and we'll have our vote?
Yeah, it'll be brief. Yeah, I've enjoyed serving as secretary and being able to review the minutes and help get those corrections made and whatnot. And finally learning the new system on how to make corrections through order, this and that. So anyway, I'd like to continue on.
All right, we'll go ahead and close that up and begin our balloting.
Around to do 3 letters again.
Yes, yeah, we're on a roll.
Saving on ink.
I feel sorry for anybody who has more than 4 letters in their name. We've got John and M. Dan.
Jumps the other direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm not on this. I have way too many letters.
Maybe it was J1.
There you go.
It wasn't, but maybe it was, right?
That's the key.
Thank you, sir.
You
Where we-
can abstain. You don't have to.
Well, we're really going to talk about on this break. Bucks, we already talked about. Fires.
How about those wildflowers?
Is that broken?
Oh, the wildflowers are awesome.
It's just
Should I retire?
very verbal. No.
Oh,
just-
so I should oil it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a squeaky one.
There is probably
Is there is one?
Yeah, there is.
Good.
All right, well, oil it, if that's what you do.
Well, it was at the finance lobby.
I do remember that, yeah, okay.
All right, so with 10 votes, Dan Huntington is elected secretary. So thank you. So now we'll proceed to treasurer. Open the floor for nomination for treasurer.
So I'll nominate Bob Lynch for treasurer.
I'll nominate Sue McWilliams.
And Bob, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
And Sue, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Do we have any other nominations for treasurer? All right, with no further nominations for treasurer, go ahead and, Bob, if you'd like to give a brief statement.
Yeah, so I've been on the finance committee this past year and certainly served in the chair role before and very familiar with the financial side of things, very comfortable with continuing the good work that Tim has done there. I think it's going to be a big financial year and big decisions that we're going to be making. I'm trying to put the time in to make that work. I think the committee's worked really well with staff and has done a good job of helping things come forward to the board that are actionable and understandable, and I'll help to continue that happening.
Thanks. Sue?
Well, and again, I appreciate what the finance committee has done in the past year that I've been on the board. My background really is in finance, so I feel like that I would be a real asset on that committee. Last year, I would have loved to have been treasurer, but being a newbie on the board, I declined the nomination because I felt like I was too new to know what the heck I was doing. This year, I feel like I could manage that position very well. I have attended all of those Zoom meetings that we've had in the last year on the finance committee, with the exception of the one last week, which I thought was Zoom and was in person. So it wasn't here, but I would enjoy that position and think I would do well with that.
Rachel?
Can I ask questions of them?
Sure.
Okay, so it does seem like this coming year is a big year in terms of how we're going to look at financials and financing. So just any thoughts as to how you're best equipped to address some of those, I guess, things that are outside of our ordinary.
Sure, and I don't know if this is to Bob and I both.
I would ask that you
Both
both
answer.
answer it.
Okay. It is a big year, and there's a lot of decisions that will be made. One thing that I would really like to see improved with the Finance Committee is that it is such a big decision to be made. I don't think it should just always be made by the committee itself. It really, those details need to be brought to the board. So while we can discuss it in committee, I think that the really important items that may be presented to the committee also needs to be presented to the board, because we all have to vote on that decision in the end. So I would probably encourage that a little bit more than what has happened in the past. A little more time consuming for the board, but it's needed.
So I'll say, a little bit of a response to that is that the committee doesn't make financial decisions. The committee comes forward with recommendations. So I think that will continue. That's really important to know, that the committee doesn't make decisions. The decision boundaries and criteria will be really important this year if we decide to finance something and we maintain our financial ratios, and we maintain our cash positions as necessary. So those are big things that I would look at there. I think we can look at lots of creative ways to possibly do the financing and understand how those might work. And then we would bring options and recommendations back to the board. The board would make those choices, but we would ensure that the financial health of LPEA is intact, that members aren't taxed with any extra burden because of that. And those are factors that will be in my mind.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for any of the candidates? If not, then we'll go ahead and close up and proceed to voting. We're going to collect ballots.
3 letters. Just saying.
Come back.
Okay.
So this time we'll talk about the weather. We had a deluge of rain down by me yesterday. They didn't have it in town. I almost didn't get here today because of a mudslide on my county road. It was that much. It was incredible. We had all the neighbors' dogs in our house because they were freaking out from the, well, we only have 4 dogs in the neighborhood, but they were all on it because we were home and their folks weren't, so.
Did you know the byproduct of drought? The mudslides? The permeability of the soil is so low because it's so dry. And it's also, I think if you look at bad practices in soil health, it's another big reason. So when you look at Midwest, it's kind of flooding.
Yeah, I do know, I can't absorb it.
All right, so the results of the treasurer election are that Bob Lynch received 6 votes and Sue McWilliams received 5 votes. So 6 votes is a majority of our quorum. So Bob Lynch is elected treasurer.
Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes the election of officers. So the next item is the representatives to the LPEA Board of Fast Track and the Roundup Board. I have President Witchell will sort of hand the agenda back to you at this point. So I probably just have open nominations to those boards.
Terrific. Yeah, so let's go ahead and start with let's just start with Fast Track. Nominations for Fast Track.
So I'd like to nominate Tim to continue at Fast
track.
And I'd accept it.
I'd like to nominate Kirsten.
No, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Had enough.
No, fast track is different. I haven't been on fast track before. I think it's a critical time to have continuity there. That's why I'm saying no.
More than 3 letters.
Agreed.
Yeah.
There's more than 3 letters.
Yeah, and it's more than 3 letters in my name. That's
Anyone else?
So I think that as this isn't a specific officer position, we can just have an ascension vote with one candidate. So I'll say all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sure. Abstain. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Um,
Can I just make one comment? I think fast track is also really going to be an important element going forward. And the board has invested 3 years in me on that board so far, and I think it's going to pay off for us. Previously, it was a long term on the LPEA representative for fast track. I appreciate that vote of confidence.
Excellent. So going on to the next one, open nominations for the Roundup Board.
I just, I'm on the Roundup Board now, and I've been on for 2 years, so I'm happy to turn it over to someone else who would like to do that.
We have 2 positions.
And we have 2 positions, I think.
I nominate Sue. She took the
You know, I think I will decline that one just because I do a lot of grant writing. And so I wouldn't really want to have a conflict of interest in the report. I appreciate the nomination.
I'll nominate you.
Nominate me.
I nominate Ted because I promised I'd nominate him for something.
Oh,
He's not here.
These 3 letters.
And it's a good introduction into community. And there you go. All right.
And so we have 2 positions.
So far, we have Joe and Ted.
I'm happy to. Joe, do you not want to do it? Do you want me to stay on?
Would you do it? Dan, would you mind nominating Rachel?
She can nominate
Or she
herself.
can nominate herself.
Okay.
I'll nominate her.
That's a hard thing.
But does that mean no to you?
Yeah, I'll decline.
I think you're retired, need something to do.
It's coming in on my free time.
It's official.
Ted and Rachel. Do we have any more nominations for the Roundup Board? So 2 nominations for 2 positions. We can vote by ascension on this one as well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do you want to just make sure we have...
Sorry, that was, and then let's do that again. All in favor for Rachel, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor for Ted?
Aye. Aye.
Do we have any opposed?
Any opposed on either? No? Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
May I make a comment? As your trusty Roundup rep, I think some of the things I'm really excited to do are actually look at, I know in the past the Roundup Board's been tasked with some of the special projects and things, and just polishing up the processes and the ways we do those work, so it's really clear to the community what we're doing, and also clear what our role is in it. And I do have a nonprofit background, I think that can help. So anyway, that's just, I actually do have something really exciting to talk about, in addition to the amazing work that Roundup does all the time.
Just a quick point of clarification, Ted's not here to decline or accept. I don't know if that was mentioned, but if he were to not want that.
Then we would need to circle back and do it again.
Or could we do that now and say Joe is a backup?
No, let's wait.
Okay.
He did say that he would be more, I forget what, I can find the quote, he'd be willing to serve anywhere.
We can double check.
But we'll double check, and if he doesn't.
Just trying to cover bases.
If you were to.
I will if he doesn't. You don't have to worry about being backup. I do it. I've only been out for a year.
Yeah, and if you were to decline, it'd be effectively like a resignation, and then you just, Yep. Cool. Any other comments before we move on? Okay, terrific. So now we're going to do the election of LPEA representatives. to election of LPA representatives for Tri-State. Today that is Kohler.
I'd like to move that we, or nominate Kohler as our rep.
Okay. Any others? Okay. So all in favor of Kohler being the representative for Tri-State, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Excellent. So Kohler is our continued Tri-State representative.
Thank you much. I just have one word to say, and that is what Werner brought up this morning as far as trust. And I'm really working hard to build relationships in Tri-State. Trust goes both ways. And right now, there's a lot of distrust towards LPEA as well. So I will continue to work on that and put in the time needed. I am biased towards LPEA.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Glad you were willing to do it. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll do the election of LPEA representatives for CREA.
I'll nominate Holly to do it again.
Excellent. Any additions? Okay. All in favor of Holly for the LPEA representative for CREA? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Excellent. Holly, congratulations. Okay, elections for LPEA representatives to Western United.
I'll nominate Kirsten for Western United.
Thank you. I accept the nomination.
I'm John Lee.
It's a four-letter word. Kirsten is even worse.
I know.
It'd be KIR.
We don't know how to write that.
Okay, do we want to hear a quick statement from each of you guys on your thoughts on being a representative for Western United before we vote?
Yeah, I'll go first. So in case any of you don't know, Western United is a co-op of cooperatives, and it's where we buy a lot of our equipment from. They're based in Denver. It's about a quarterly meeting in person and then some stuff in between. I visited their site. They've got a fabulous warehouse. They're very well run, and I would like to make sure that they keep being well run. And it's an important relationship that we have, and I would like to continue that.
For me, I think Western United is an opportunity for us to deliver our work. We have to be able to be resourced, and I'm willing to step into this. It would be my first opportunity to be external to the LPEA board, and I would be interested in understanding their supply chains. I'm very familiar with those from a previous career. Not that I'd be influencing those supply chains or operationally connected, but I do know that they go hand in hand on how we resource, and I would try to stay abreast of that information.
So I think the way to do this is to just vote for first and hands up.
I would say because it's a contested election, I would recommend we do it by ballot. I think everybody's got ballots out there. Everybody has still slips of paper to ballot this. I think it's
Sure.
the best way to do this.
Okay, so we'll do this by ballot. Go ahead and write your person.
7 letters, KIRSTEN. 4 letters.
It's not spelled right.
Now I'm in trouble.
That's printed ballots, right?
Oh, and I don't live anywhere near a ranch. Down in the valley, we had 6 cows walk by yesterday. Nowhere near. The closest ranch that has cows is like 4 miles away. I think they might have come down from Biostate, there's a little footprint. They might have come down looking for water or something.
They're on walkabout.
But so we had livestock management.
What brand did they have?
Okay.
You know, they had this, as they're walking by, and they had youngsters with them, so I wasn't ready to like walk up to them. They had yellow beard guys, but half the county.
They're pairs, right?
They were pairs, yeah.
I get calls when people say they see cows and say, are they steers or? I don't know, it's just a cow.
It's a bovine. Yeah.
How do you steer it? How do you steer a cow?
All right,
Fire
guys,
today.
You gotta know what you're doing.
so of the Western United vote, our Kirsten received 6 votes and John received 5 votes. 6 is a majority of our quorum, so Kirsten is elected as our Western United representative.
Thank you very much, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, and so the last item on the elections, before we go to CEO and staff reports, is to appoint a voting proxy to fast track communications shareholder meeting.
John, before we do that,
Yes.
I think CREA and Western United both have alternates that we've done in the past. And I know historically, they flip because they're usually the same day. So usually Western United is backup for CREA and CREA is backup for Western United. So I don't know if you want to address that now and do the election for their alternates.
Yeah, I'll just look into that, and I think if that's something, if we're just doing it as an alternate, we can probably come back to that.
Yeah.
There's,
Okay.
I don't know, Holly, you know when the next meetings?
Yes, it is August 25th is Western United and the 26th is CREA.
Okay.
And it's in person in Granby, and they're going to have a presentation on Killdozer, which I'm really excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be. Killdozer. You remember when
I would normally
And it's
say.
a fish fry.
I would normally.
Yeah, and I'll be at that with you, right? Yeah, if you're going.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I'm going to piggyback on her too, because I would like to see Western United.
Well, maybe we can all carpool.
Wait, that's what they're.
Okay, so let's table that for the next election, give it a little more facts on what
What we
the
really
best
need.
practices, and then we'll go forward from there. Okay, terrific. So so we get 30 seconds maybe from you, Tim, on what is the voting proxy to fast track communication shareholders.
So, right, I'm the representative of the board, but the shareholders, there's just 2, Empire and Lpa Electric, participate in an annual meeting in which they ratify the board of fast track essentially. And so that could be the representative, myself, or it could be someone else. The last time we had one of those meetings in person was pre-pandemic, so it was probably 2019. And I think Britt at that time was a representative. So it's kind of the pleasure of the board if somebody wants to nominate somebody else to go. There's a presentation, there's any annual meeting type of vote, which is really basically.
Where's the meeting at?
Pardon?
Where's it gonna be, here in Durango?
It's here in Durango, but they have not, Fast Track has not set a date yet for it. It will be sometime before the end of the year. The date hasn't been set.
And is this a one and done activity?
Exactly.
Okay.
It's similar to the representative to Tri-State board meeting, or annual meeting for the CRA.
And is there any reason why you can't do it yourself?
There's no reason, it's just a pleasure of the board.
Okay. Okay, so with that, open the floor for nominations.
I want to go.
Okay.
I'll nominate.
Anyone else?
It's open, anybody can go.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to vote.
You want to vote? Okay.
Anyone from our corporation.
Anybody else? Okay, all in favor of Kristen for the voting proxy for fast track communications, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, terrific. That get them all? Yes, sir.
I do have a question. I don't remember, did we elect a delegate to the Tri-State annual meeting, which is next month? I don't think we did.
I think we decided to wait and do it this time.
Didn't
I
get
don't
it,
know
Chad.
much.
Then we would need to do it.
Okay, so do we have to vote and modify the agenda, add that to the agenda, then do it? Or,
I mean, I think we can, yeah, let's probably do it that way, and just sort of that way we can update our agenda. I mean, it will be reflected in our minutes,
Okay.
right? If we sort of
so we don't, so then let's not go through the agenda exercise if it's not necessary.
I don't think so.
Say what it is again.
It's the delegate to the Tri-State to their annual meeting, which is August, I believe it's August 4th. In Westminster.
Right, and again, this is similar, it's a one and done
That's right.
activity.
They usually have an alternate for that as well, isn't there? That's usually where alternates come into play, in my recollection, on the annual meetings. I do think we have
Yes.
an alternate.
And you're okay with doing that?
Can we have?
I was the alternate last year.
I would rather see a delegate different than myself on that.
Okay, and we can also have Jessica or other staff do it.
Are we an alternate? I was alternate too last year, I think. So we can, if the board member wants to go be the delegate, we can have staff be the alternate too, which is what we've done in the past.
So if I understand the process right, correct me if I'm wrong, I make a motion to change the agenda to allow us to elect the delegate to the annual meeting, trustee annual.
I think what he said was you can just make a motion.
Okay,
I think
all right,
it's
I'll make a motion.
Move to appoint.
That Kirsten is the delegate.
Okay, so, great, second. Let's have a discussion.
She's checking it.
I'm checking my calendar.
Point of discussion.
Yeah, I'll put in a nomination to John Reed. That'll be two.
Yeah.
Is anyone already going?
The Western United open house is on the 5th, if that sways anybody.
I accept.
Yes. You accept the word. John, you had a nomination and a second. Do you accept that?
You bet.
Perfect. Okay. Any additional comments or discussions? Okay, since we have a split, let's go ahead and do the same strategy. Or let's go ahead and write down your names.
And I think John would be great. It just occurred to me. I mean, I don't want to do that. I think John would be good at it, too. In case anybody gets swayed with what I think.
Save ink. Conservation.
Now, for that.
I just want to make sure, since they're the same people, that we didn't like mix them up.
I might do a modified motion to make Kirsten the delegate and John the alternate. That might be
Let's do it.
I wanna make-
Everybody there with a name. Let's just
All right.
knock it out, and then we'll do an alternate real quick.
I don't need to be the alternate. So I think,
Okay.
because I would go anyway.
Whoever's elected, the other one's there.
Whoever's elected, thanks.
So, John, may I?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So while Kohler, when he's at Tri-State, wears two hats and has to do this, the delegate does what we appoint him to do. So if we say, vote against this or vote for that, he can't go up there and change his mind, or she can't go up there and change his mind. Just letting you know that it's a nice meal, and you get it, and I think it's great. You can get there and influence people, and that's why I'd be interested in going. But as far as you cannot change your mind once you're up there, it's whatever you're going to do.
And that's for any position on any of these that we vote for. That's what Graham has said, so Tim's responsibility on fast track, Holly's on CRA, it's the same thing.
There you vote the same way.
Well, I think,
Oh, no, actually,
We
that's
can-
not true. Western
so what
United.
she's talking about is annual meeting delegate, not representative.
True, that's right.
Right. So Western United, I vote with my Western United hat on, and
Correct.
my LPEA hat.
That's right, and that's why I'm glad Kohler recommended that we have somebody independent from him, because he's got, he would have dual fiduciary duties. Whoever is elected here, which I will announce in 1 second, has only a duty to LPEA. All right, and the results of this election are that Kirsten received 2 votes, and John Lee received 9 votes, so John Lee is our representative.
Look at this way.
Representative.
Perfect. So now I'll do here nominations for the alternate for the delegate to Tri-State.
Who's going to be there anyway? Who is going to be there anyway? You? Are you going?
No.
No.
That's staff member you said, right?
Well, I mean,
Oh, it could
honestly, we could all go anyway, so it's only if someone didn't want to, the board. But Kirsten, if you're going to be there.
I'm
as an
not
alternate-
necessarily gonna be there. I'll do it, but if somebody's gonna be there, we should make them an alternate. Anybody else going? I'm not going, but I will if I have to be. Okay. So let me know the day before, so I can drive up, okay?
Okay, so let's knock this out. We need a-
Nominate Kristen as our alternate.
Thank you. Can we get a second?
Aye.
Kohler, second.
Sorry.
All in favor? All opposed? Motion carried.
I'm just kidding being in person, I gotta tell you. I'll try to mellow out. but
No,
I'm just kidding being in person.
3 months, you'll hate it again.
Okay.
The drive especially.
Exactly. Okay, are there, since we don't go through this that frequently, is there any other items related to elections before we push on?
We need to talk about finance committee and policy, committee on policies.
We're going to knock that out after the break.
No, that's at 11:30
Yeah.
down here. Oh, that break. I
Yeah.
was looking at this.
No.
Sorry.
Okay.
Just a, John, quick question. Did we do anything about CREA annual meeting, or is that not, don't we also need to know that?
Is it in
It's not till October.
Okay, so we have time.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Okay. And down the road on that one, couple months. Any other comments here? Tim, I think we got everything.
I'm good, thank you.
You good? Bob? We got everything on this election business, Graham?
Here's so.
Okay, well, let's push on then. The next item is CEO and staff report. CEO and staff reports. We'll start with the division dashboard.
Okay, I am putting this up on the screen so that anyone in the audience can look at this. I apologize, it's not that big though. And let me expand this, no?
So the fourth thing in on the black bar, yeah.
Okay. Hopefully that's a little easier to see. Okay, so just so that we have enough time, you know, one of the takeaways from the strategic retreat that we got back from the consultants that Rachel helped us work through is that make sure we have enough time in the board meetings to talk about high-level strategic things. So I'm actually going to go through this pretty quickly, and it's also, we're back in person, and so it's a little bit difficult to have staff each pop up and talk about each item. So I'm going to go through here. I'm not going to go over it because the expectation is that we all look at the board packet, and so if you have questions, like I've mentioned, please email me in advance or even after. I'm happy to sit down with you to talk about any of these items. So I'm just going to cruise through this with a couple highlights. In particular, look at the key performance indicators. So we're green on all except for system average interruption duration index, so SAIDI. Jerry, I'll have you just explain that a little bit. But in particular, I don't know, Jerry, can you hear me?
So that shouldn't be yellow, that should be a green check mark, because we're actually exceeding the expectation.
Okay, so that is green. So we'll make that correction before we post it. So that's good news. We have been having a lot of storms, as you guys have seen, but and that's most of the outages recently, with a few contractors or construction workers digging through lines. There was a recent one in Pagosa, and that was a contractor. So we're still trying to educate them on call us before you dig or stay within the right digging lanes. One thing I just wanted to highlight about this one is that I did accept the invitation to be on the CEO advisory group for NRECA for Jim Matheson, so that's great. And why I'm bringing that to your attention is because I love your feedback on any of the courses you're taking. So that's another thing, is that we are advising them on how courses are going. I just worked with their cyber expert on developing a curriculum for all board members across the U.S. on cyber. And so that was one thing. So again, I'm looking at John and Sue, who've probably taken more recent classes, but anybody, please give me feedback on what works and what doesn't work on those classes. But it's also a whole host of other things, how they do governance, how they do voting, how they increase diversity. So I just spoke at a panel on diversity, equity, inclusion for NRECA with a past chair. And so they're even trying to figure out, okay, how do we include diversity of thought amongst everybody? And so, working with them on that, and I know there's Holly and others that have a keen interest, so I will be picking your brains on some of that as well.
Was that with Curtis Wynn?
Yes.
Nice.
Spoke with Curtis, yeah, it was great. So 3 accidents, those are mostly, 2 of them are backing, and I'm looking at Jerry. And then the third one, maybe you can explain.
Very minor backing incidents. We talked about it and we addressed it in this month's safety video on how to improve using first move forward, and if that's not possible, using a spotter. And second, the incident we had, one of our crews, they were spreading wire to make way for new wire going in for a reconductor on Falfa. And as they were moving the wire, it was a very long span, and it can create kind of an optical illusion if you're not right there. They thought they had clearance, and as they started to move the wire, they sagged it down into the neutral and made contact mid-span and locked out of OCR. So we spoke about it with all of our operations department on how to improve different methods we can use so that it doesn't happen.
What's OCR?
OCR, can you?
An OCR, it's a protection device. It's a reclosure, so it's supposed to clear temporary faults, but when guys are working on the line, we put it to non-reclose so that it acts as like a breaker, and we'll just open the circuit and utilize it.
Automation.
It's a fuse, automatic.
Yes. Speaking of DEI, I'm pretty impressed with our employees. Jenny, actually, who you saw here, wanted to start a diversity, equity, inclusion group, employee-led team. So she started that with some employees from across the district, just to talk through what it means to us as employees. Yeah.
Just want to applaud this. I know it's really exciting. And then just a note, I'm curious, I know that it's working internally, but curious if they're going to start looking at kind of our interface with the public at large.
Absolutely, yeah. Good question. And we're still working on the Spanish-speaking pamphlet, so keep us.
Okay. I have some exciting resources from my other job.
That'd be great. Actually, yeah, if you want to connect Hillary, that would be helpful. Yeah.
And on the DEI group, I'm just kind of curious, what spurred it and why do we need it?
Sure. I think a lot of it is because if you look at the news, it's a thing. It's called woke, right? Wokening, I think, is that the term? I'm not exactly sure, but anyway, it's. I think people are just paying more attention to it, and it's not about for us because I've talked to Jenny about it, and it's important to me as well. But Jenny and the team felt like it's more about diversity of thought and keeping your mind open to different people's opinions, right? So it's actually stripping away what you look like and everything and focus more on people's hearts and minds, right? And so some of our employees are just really passionate about, like, if they go into a room with their peers, they want everyone to have a position and be able to speak freely about a topic, because we feel that more minds are better for resolving issues and problems. And so it's not fixing anything, it's just we want to think about emphasizing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I guess I would volunteer that if they ever want a director to come to one of their meetings, I'd certainly be willing to.
I think that this is definitely a safe space for employees to stick with employees. But once they come up with kind of what they'd like to do, we can share it. If the board wants to think about some type of effort as well.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what they're talking about at some point.
Okay.
One of the classes I recently took, because diversity in like a boardroom, for instance, you get a wide variety of people intersecting with different segments of our constituency, so it helps bring in different viewpoints and stuff. But something I had never thought about is if we have a diverse board, if we all look at the same information and data source, we have a different interpretation of it depending upon our educational experience or our life experiences. So if you have a board that has no diversity, you're missing out on a lot of those key elements. So that's another really big important reason to have diversity on boards.
I'll be honest, one of the best interview questions I was given from you guys was Kirsten's about how do you find out what you don't know, basically. And so I just picked up a book that I'd recommend all of you read. It's called Think Again. And it's really good about, let's not debate each other to try to convince each other of our positions, even in the boardroom. Let's actually accept people's positions because they have different diversity of thought, like Holly was saying. And let that sink in for a little bit and think about someone else's perspective and then just ask more questions, right? But I think that at least with staff, we try to do that. We'll debate, but we'll do it because we have a strong relationship with each other. And that's the other thing the book talks about, is that you really have to have the core relationship. And then you can have those debates about higher topics, right? So we still debate, we don't always agree, but I feel like our team has really made some solid decisions because we had difference of opinion that we talked through, but we didn't debate each other. We just wanted each other to think. So anyway, that's part of that DEI group, Joe, to your point, is that it's more about that and just making sure that we hear all the voices that aren't so loud, right? So. Just again, moving through these, as you know, power supply proposals will have more details to come. Some of the things to address Sue's point about getting into more detail of the fact, we actually are doing that, and that's through the committee of the whole meetings. So we will have a committee of the whole meeting, as you all know, in August to focus on broadband. That's going to dive into all the details. So if you miss the committee, you're not going to miss the details. And we're going to do that with RFPs as well, just to make sure everyone is focused. The committee,
excuse me,
sure.
When will the board be able to see all the RFPs that came in?
So we have a schedule that I think Dan's put out a couple times. And again, the point of the committees is you're not going to see all of them because some of them are just not even realistic or reasonable. And we went through the FACT committee, they reviewed the list. We recommend, we're going to focus on these 4, because if you look at all of them, I mean, you'll probably see the whole list, but we're really only going to focus on the top ones that are even reasonable, even in the ballpark range. And those are the ones we're going to dive into with all the details, the financials, what the contracts look like, the financing, and what that means for our balance sheets. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
So there's probably a lot of that information I want to be able to sit in on. But could you maybe schedule that committee of the whole so that stuff I can't sit in on?
Yes, that's a great point.
It'll be at the beginning and then I can be excused later.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stuff I would like to hear.
Yeah, and honestly, it would be great to have you there for as much as possible.
Yeah.
So we can walk, and I don't even know why he would have to be excused.
Right, isn't his conflict resolved?
Yeah, isn't that kind of confidential? Because I have to.
Well, this is in
Tri-State
partnership
here?
with Tri-State.
Okay.
But we can, we'll get back to
I
you.
can talk to you a little bit more
Yeah.
detail about that going.
Thank you.
We'll get back to you on that.
Appreciate the consideration.
Ken?
That's it.
Yeah, the highlights, keep the lights on. There was a challenging outage.
Yes, sir.
Could I just get a little context to that? I'm not real.
Jerry, do you want to give some background on that?
So we had fed a part of BODO 131 off of BODO 151. And the way circuits work is they come out of the substation and they feed certain areas. Well, we were planning on doing a project, and so we had switched some things around. So it wasn't a normal feed situation. So that already made things difficult. So we started splitting things up, and what happened was we were assuming that it was an overhead issue. And so we were checking all of our overhead lines and not finding anything. The way that it was acting, it just said overhead. It ended up being an underground issue, and it was an elbow on a mold that had created a gap, and the elbow wasn't completely pushed on the mold, and because of that gap, it created arcing, and it finally just created an opening. It was, even after opening the box and looking at it, it was extremely difficult to see because it was only a 1/4 inch and that quarter inch created a whirlwind of problems for us. But the guys did a great job of finally closing it down. Everybody worked safe and nobody got hurt, so that was the most important.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah. Okay, LPA Member Satisfaction, so we're contracting with NRECA. Hillary's going to talk more about that a little later, and we're going to send out an email with more details to the board on that, so stay tuned. And I know Susan in particular is interested in that. Rebate webpage, so to Tim's point about making sure that we make it easy for customers to find information, we're taking through the website, so we'll get to as many things as possible, but check out the webpage on rebates. Let us know what you guys think.
I do have a quick question on that, if you don't mind.
Yep.
If we do a partial buyout of Tri-State, will Tri-State still be participating with us on our rebates?
It's a good question. Dan's giving me the thumbs up, yes.
They do.
Okay. Wanted to make sure that
Just,
we could
if
do-
we're partial requirements by 50%, it's not like our rebates get cut by 50%. They still honor the full 100%.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
I just wanted to say thank you to the staff for the annual golf tournament.
Yeah.
It's really encouraging to see. It might have been one of the best fundraisers ever.
Yeah,
It's
kudos
incredible.
to Garrett. It was really fun too, that day.
Nice.
What was really fun is going there and seeing all the linemen dressed up. I couldn't recognize half of them because they were like really nice golf clothes. But we all decided what goes on the golf course stays on it, meaning like how bad some of us are at golfing. So it was fun to get together with staff too. I think you all know we're the broadband financials. We're actually really excited for the board to hear the CAL Committee of the Whole deep dive into broadband. We're pretty jazzed. I've gotten actually a lot of members writing me, and they're writing the broadband committee thanking us for that last presentation, which the board will see much of it. It was nice to see people so excited about the details and the data. So more to come. DC fast chargers, keep an eye. We're just going to keep perking on that more and more and more. So that's exciting.
Is it operational in Durango?
It is. It's operational in Durango.
We're still waiting for the electrical inspector to give us final stamp of approval before we set the meter. It's all constructed, ready to go. Ribbon cutting now, August 10th, I think. It was ribbon cutting
Now, yeah.
for that unit. Okay.
And then the one at the Purgatory.
It'd be nice.
Is right there.
If somebody wants to show it.
Yeah. Hillary, did you hear that? To make sure we let the board know for the ribbon cutting? Absolutely. Yep. Okay. Yes, sir.
I don't know if this is the place to bring it up. On the EV portion of this, it shows that EV kilowatts are above the projected. Now, how do we differentiate EV charging at the home rather than their home use?
That's a great question, Dan. When we hand out our chargers, it meters it separately. Okay, so although not all EVs have our chargers with them, but what we do know is for the ones where we do have chargers, this is the average use of an EV. And then we look at the DMV stats on how many EVs are in our area, registered in our area, and then put that average usage, apply it to the full number.
Thank you.
When I saw that particular graph, is that the first time our goal, or our kilowatts are actually over the goal?
It's been trending above it slightly this year, for most of this year.
Nice, thank you.
21 has some pretty cool models out there.
Okay, that was the end of the dashboard. So again, we'd appreciate questions by email if you'd like, and we're happy to respond to all the boards so the board sees all the questions and sees all the responses. And now Carl's going to talk about the finance report.
No, I have a question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, HR,
Yes.
where are we with that?
With the
Do we have a candidate? I'm sorry, I don't recall.
We are not going out for an HR person at this time. We, again, are thinking again, taking this opportunity, let's not just rush into something. And so Carl is taking on HR for right now. And our safety person, Trent, is under Jerry, which is actually a good spot for him. And it also provides for cross-training. So the one other person under Nadine is under Carl. And again, it allows for some good cross-training. I'm not saying we're not filling it, we're just taking some time right now. And it's actually we've been checking with staff and actually talked to quite a bit of employees, and they appreciate that. They also prefer that we don't rush in, and we really kind of define what's needed for that position. And it is a position that supports staff, so it's good to get their feedback.
This isn't about HR. Just in the executive report, I know that there was director orientation for Ted.
Yes.
And typically in the past, we often let other directors, all the directors know in case somebody wanted to come in and get that kind of. So if there's more that he goes through, I think opening it up to the directors, especially some of us who haven't been together for a long time.
That's a great idea, Tim. We will add that. We've got 2 more. One is specific on power supply, and then the other one's on finance. And then Joe's brought up some good ideas about eventually providing tours too of like a work site and the dispatch center. So we're waiting a little bit to get over this Delta variant because we really have to limit exposure to especially dispatch, but also our crews. So we're gonna have to wait until that issue cools down a bit and until our staff feel a little bit more comfortable. But we'd like to also provide that. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Carl.
Come on in. You're the next contestant. There.
Where would you like me to stand with you guys?
Right here. You can sit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Did you want to share this, Jessica, or put up on the screen? I sent you the PowerPoint, which might be easier to use.
Okay, you can go ahead and start.
Okay. So our June financials, if you remember May's financials, I'm basically going to be telling you very much the same thing as I did last month. And as those were pretty strong, that's not a terrible way to go. Our expenses were very close, actually slightly over what we had forecast for the month of June, but for the year as a whole, they are year to date, we are still 10% under where we thought we would be. And I anticipate that in terms of our expense levels, that's going to be pretty much the case for the rest of 2021. We're getting back to kind of pre-pandemic levels where we have people going and doing training. There's a lot of work going out on the field with Jerry's and Garrett's guys. And so we are seeing that our budget that we were looking at and going, oh my goodness, we've over budgeted, is, you know, we assumed normalcy in January, which was quite an assumption, but we anticipate that we're going to be chugging along with our expenses pretty much at budgeted levels, maybe slightly over for the rest of 2021. And that's something to bear in mind when we get to 2022 budgets. We did have a variance where our operating margin was higher than we forecast, and that was driven entirely by sales and cost of power. June, as I'm sure you recall, was kind of hot. We had a lot of AC usage, like our residential members and our smaller commercial members. And so our revenue was higher than we forecast, and the cost of power didn't go up, what's the word I'm looking for? Proportionately, thank you very much. Because of the 2% reduction from Tri-State. So we actually saw the 5% over on revenue, but we were only 3% over on cost of power. And that kind of makes sense when you think of that 2%. I'm sure the math isn't quite as simple as that, but I'm going to stick with it. So you see we've got 5 green ticks, all of the financial goals were met in June, cash reserves very healthy. They still are, even after the retirement, although some of that is built, a lot of that is bill credits. So equity percentage, we are creeping up, that will be lower in July when the capital credit retirement is fully booked. And everything else is looking very healthy indeed, with the debt covenant, as we know, is 1.35, and we're double that at the moment. So we want to move to the next one, Jessica. So how are we doing against budget? You may think that I've made an error there and left out Q2. If I look really, really closely, I think you can vaguely see a hint of orange, because it was $22,000 was our operating margin for Q2. And on that scale, you can't see it, but it is there, I promise. I wasn't sure, so I made it 220 just to see, and it grew, so I was encouraged. So as you see, we are operating with our operating margins are in excess of where we budgeted. We've got the low expenses in the first quarter, and then we've had robust sales and that lower cost of power in the second quarter.
May I ask a question?
I believe so.
Thank you. So, as always, it's embarrassing when we have members here and we're making too much money. So I always want to just bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that in this is going to change over time.
Mm-hmm.
But this year we are projecting a larger margin than
Correct.
we had. And we going into their budget cycle next month.
Mm-hmm.
So we are planning on figuring out how to not do that again.
Correct.
Okay.
I wouldn't, when that positive variance is the result of us not spending money, I'm less embarrassed. But some of that not spending money is a result of pandemic conditions. So we are going to assume for 2022 that we have a relatively normal 12 months. And I think the evidence of the last quarter will show us that that's the right way to go. We also know that Tri-State's rate will be reduced by a further 2%, so we'll be able to bake that into our forecast. So I expect we'll be significantly tighter in 2022.
Thank you. I know I'm a broken record and I will continue to be.
Fair comment.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And maybe this is to you, Bob, or to you. When and what is the process for revisiting the board-approved boundary lines? The board-approved financial goals?
I actually don't know, Bob. I think that would be a discussion for the...
Well, let me make this up. We set those in the past year, and I don't think we established that they get reset at some point. They're set as kind of with a horizon out there. When it looks like it's a good idea to reset those, I think probably we didn't trigger. Am I right, Tim? We didn't set a trigger.
I think my recollection is that we would review those as each budget year came along.
Right.
Some of them were more likely to need a revisit than others. So I would say maybe that's.
And that's coming.
My suggestion would be during the budget process.
And that's coming out of the committee, right?
Yes. Yes. That's where they were reviewed and a recommendation was made, which the board reviewed and then voted upon. Just to reiterate, the committee does not make the decision.
Right. Okay. So I would certainly encourage you to sort of sync that up as we approach this. This is probably, we're approaching a window here where that's probably going to make sense to at least reopen that conversation, if for no other reason that we're revalidating what we have. Your cash reserves, certainly, I would double check your long-term debt objectives. Well, they can go up to 100%, but if we want to start controlling some of that, this would be a good time to do that.
We start the budget cycle next month, right?
Well, the staff have begun, but we'll be giving you an update at the August financing audit committee.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Next. So next slide, just Lots of green again. I'd like to point out the labour for June, as it was in May, is pretty much exactly where we thought it would be. So within, I think, 0.25%, so that's very encouraging. You know, other than cost of power, that's our biggest expense, so if we're getting that one right, then that's encouraging. We do, as you can see, we're at $2.3 million over forecast in our operating margin. I would anticipate that will be the variance, give or take, at year end, around that mark. Another thing I want to point out is you see the, again, exclamation mark for delinquent accounts. We reported that they were the lowest in the 21st century. Well, that record was beaten in June, and it's an almost ludicrously low number, around $2,500 of delinquent accounts, which for a $100 million business is truly incredible. I want to give kudos to both my billing team, but especially Hillary's team, who have implemented a new system where there's an additional robocall the morning when someone may be disconnected, and that is getting a lot of folks to pay. I think there's, I'm not going to say there's no one with financial hardship, that would be a silly thing to say, but we are catching those who maybe just forgot, and that's really encouraging. Our bill hours are close to forecast, but we're slightly under for the year to date. That's all driven by the big industrials. Our residential has been very robust, and the air conditioning sales revenue from June was higher than anticipated with record high temperatures. Any questions on that?
Oh? The question I have, and I'm a broker writer, kind of like Kirsten, is inflation. And I know I have ownership in a paving company that's not local here, and we do not manufacture our own asphalt. We buy it. We have 4 different sources. 2 of them last week had increases of 25%, and could not guarantee that they could supply what we want. With Tri-State, they had a big weather event last month. We don't know on the pricing, but getting the materials is really been an issue. Are we seeing the same thing here as far as the inflation and also availability of materials?
We are seeing it to a degree. With Western United, their prices are not shot up in that, anything like that percentage. There are some delays, but Jerry and Barrett and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not really being held up with what we want to do by delays. Transformers, I know, is a hot topic. They're hard to get as quickly as we want them, but we do have a good inventory. It's going to come. I don't think it is right now, but...
Well, so we have seen a pretty measurable increase though on some of our construction. So, I mean, it was 3 times as much as what we had anticipated, where the contractors came in at. So we are seeing a pretty heavy price impact from the supply chain and cost of equipment, to your point. So while, the operating margins in 2-3 million, I wouldn't call them embarrassing. I would call them actually I'm really proud of staff, honestly. So just to make sure any staff that's listening, this is a good thing. They did a really good job, and that's because we did cut costs because of COVID. We're not sure how it's going to look in the future, but please don't take that 2.3 million as something that's going to continue on forever, because we also had to delay a lot of work. And so those numbers are arbitrarily high. So when we come back with the next budget, we're going to try to keep it flat, but just remember, this is an odd year, and we did slow some of the work down, and we are having to delay potentially some construction work because of the timing, pricing, availability of contractors, products, the whole 9 yards.
So that's encouraging, because that was a concern I had. Is
yeah.
We're going to see some of these CapEx projects come forward that are being delayed. At the same time, the inflation is going to have a huge...
We're watching that like a hawk, and you are right. Prices are up.
Mm-hmm. They are.
And, and contractors are super busy. I don't know if any of you have tried to get folks to come to your house, but even for us to get contractors out, it's really difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the bids we think are so high just because people don't have the capacity. So they say, unless you pay us something ludicrous, we won't do it.
So even with that 2.3, I mean, I think Carl's being pretty optimistic, but I think we'll start eroding that pretty quickly this year.
Kohler, part of that too, Western United did a lot to hedge their inventory so that they'd have a lot on the yard to help hedge against this. But the lead times are starting to extend out a year on some things. And so they don't tend to buy their, they buy their product when it needs to be bought. And so, yeah, I think there will be some price increases seen here pretty soon too, unfortunately. So,
That's all I have.
I have one other question. I noticed when we were going through the consent items, there was a ton of new accounts, like several pages of them. There was an article in the paper in the Pagosa Sun this week about utility companies reporting massive numbers of new accounts and new changes. Are we also seeing that?
We actually had this conversation at our leadership team, and Dan, we're not seeing a huge load increase because it's a lot of people that are moving out too, right? And so you're seeing a lot of new accounts, but it's not necessarily additions. It is additions, but what did we estimate our growth was? Around 2%?
Yeah, I think so it's been interesting watching residential, like Carl mentioned, industrials coming down, although if you look at our total sales, it's like flat. But the key sales that we're looking at are the residential, because that's what that rate pays for more of our facilities. So when we have the residential rates, payments there. One of the key things we saw was when we last looked at some of the metrics, the usage per customer per month has been up. So that's a key indicator for us as well. So the number of accounts are up, and the usage per customer is up at this moment. We'll see what happens.
So, just one quick comment on that. We do get my favorite report, the performance statistics, part 2. Current year to date, we are behind last year at the same time. In terms of new services connected programs report. So it sounds like that is people churning versus new additions.
Well, we have a big influx of second homeowners, so I think it could eventually impact the residential sales too. It's just something to keep an eye on.
Just a quick, can you remind me, when are we doing our cost of service study?
It's happening right now.
It's right now. And when is that scheduled to be done? Like, is it lining up with the budgeting?
Yeah, I think the idea is because the broadband and RFP cows, this amuses me, sorry. We're probably looking at bringing that to the board October, November.
I think it was, we're going to bring it to the FAC first in like October or November, and then it'll come to the full board November, December. We just have to look at the timing on the broadband stuff and the RFP.
Is there since we had, have these amazing visual folks, media folks, is there anything that's kind of showing our calendar of board activities as they pertain to some of these things, right? I'm like envisioning it as just a Gantt chart almost, what's happening when.
It's actually a great point that we discussed this week, is that we are going to put together a schedule, because with all these things coming up, we have to sequence it appropriately to give the board enough time to review and the cows. So we'll produce a kind of a master calendar for people to look at on the major topics, so that you know when the major topics are coming in case you want to do extra research. That'd be really helpful.
Awesome.
Okay. Good question. Thank you.
I would like to clarify my embarrassment. I think you had a good point, that if it's because we're cutting costs or holding costs down, and it's not so much of a root of embarrassment, and it is actually a weird thing. I will be our constant reminder that we are a not-for-profit.
And obviously any excess margin will be allocated to the
Yes, it does get allocated, absolutely, to get paid in 20 years.
And to that point, it's important that we communicate to the membership clearly that this is an outlier as a consequence of a very unusual set, a couple of years. This money will eventually be spent on CapEx projects and other OpEx stuff that's been deferred.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Kirsten, we do appreciate you bringing it up, because it keeps us focused on that too. So thank you.
Sure.
Do we have a metric on how much of our capital projects, what percent of those have been deferred or delayed? That's gonna help us correct that, so to speak, because that money's gonna be spent.
Well, that will come up when we bring the budget. We're going to
Yeah.
bring the capital budget as well. And so that's when we are telling you what projects we've delayed. Because right now, I mean, we could potentially get them all done. We don't know yet until we get through a little bit more of the summer. So we'll bring that when we present the next capital budget. Does that work?
But we have a sense that it's behind pace in terms of the year. We're
I
halfway through the
think
year, we're not halfway through the.
we're delayed on, I'm looking at Jerry and Dan. The Bayfield line, that's delayed, which is a big one, but a lot of that's more permitting issues. But yeah, we can get back to you on that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Carl. Okay, now Hillary's going to come up and give you our recommendation for the annual meeting. And I believe there was a memo in your packet, so please refer back to that memo.
It's on page 67. Sorry.
No.
Hi, everyone. The last board meeting that we had in person was my second day on the job. So it's really awesome to just have everybody back in the room again. It feels a lot more personable. So welcome back. So we have been giving some thought internally to what we want to do for the annual meeting this year and in future years. We've been talking to other co-ops because understandably during COVID, it gave us a lot of time to rethink things and think about maybe if there's a better way to do things moving forward, and if we want to take any of the good things that came out of COVID and move forward with them. So after having discussions with the MEA, Poudre Valley, and United Power, they all have opted to move their entire annual meeting to a virtual format. And take those resources that they used to spend on that, staff time and money mostly, and dedicate it towards other kind of more fun, family-friendly formats for engaging with the co-op or a business grant in the case of DMEA. So we had a discussion internally. We involved Jeannie Bennett, who's been planning our annual meetings for more than 2 decades, and really just had a deep discussion about what we thought was the best for our membership moving forward. What we would like to propose is that we follow that model and that we move forward in turning our annual meetings virtual moving ahead. And there are 4 main rationale for that, which I outlined, but I'll just briefly discuss with you. So based on the 2020 census, our largest age group, both in Archuleta and in La Plata, is the 25 to 54 range. Previous annual meetings, the vast majority of attendees were well over that age range. So are we really serving the bulk of our membership by using a format that appeals to an older age group or is only attendable by an older age group? We feel that a virtual meeting would better serve the needs of that younger demographic that is interested in attending our virtual events, but maybe not interested or able to attend an in-person event like that. Anecdotally, we've been hosting quite a few virtual events over the course of COVID. They've all been really broadly attended and by a demographic that is not usually represented at our in-person meetings. We have an EV webinar that's happening next week that already has 200 people signed up. So our membership has showed us that there is an appetite to attend in-person virtual style business meetings. The second is that, according to Jeannie, our annual meeting attendance in the past was always really dependent on location. If we held it in Pagosa, it was primarily Pagosa who attended. If we held it in Bayfield or Durango, it was primarily this area. This takes that out. It allows anyone to attend regardless of location because the location is on the web. The third reason is the cost. So it costs us $35,000 to do our annual meeting every year, and that does not include staff time, which should not be overlooked because it is a huge, it's a huge lift for us. We could eliminate about 95% of those costs by going virtual, and we could redirect them. So we could redirect them towards other types of events. We still want to be able to engage with our community personally. Or we could also look at doing something like a business grant, which is what DMEA has done. And I provided a link to their article around that in case you're interested in learning more about that program. Fourth, and I say this on behalf of our IT team, way easier to record, way easier for people to view later, to reference, don't have issues with audio, video. I think we all saw how easy it was to participate virtually in the last year. So that's what we're proposing. The date that we propose for that would be September 16th at 6 p.m. Now, this year, the only thing that would have to be done during the annual meeting if we do this route is the business portion. We've already done the election portion, so this would just be the standard business portion. Moving forward, however, we would, if this is approved, we would time it to do both together. So we would have the annual meeting right after the election finishes, announce the election results, and then continue with the business portion. Of course, we will also be doing our member appreciation lunches. Those are really well attended and very popular, and we're proposing to resume those just as they have been in the past in September, with Wednesday, September 22nd in Durango and the 23rd in Poza Springs. With that, I'll open the floor. Or you know.
So thank you. I think you bring up some good points, but I am opposed to this proposal, and I've got several reasons I want to go over. The first one is I think that in-person meetings are more transparent, they're more open. I look at the meetings that we had virtually as far as our board meetings. If you're an attendee, you can't even tell who else is on there. And the past history with our annual meetings, I have seen that where like-minded groups on both sides of issues get together, they talk, they discuss. You can't do that in a virtual thing, and that's really important, I think, for our members. And I think this kind of gives the idea that it's going to be less transparent, because they can't get together. I'm 100% behind these appreciation meals, but I think that's exactly what it is. It's an appreciation and a thank you. But this is a business meeting. The atmosphere is different, the tone is different. I think a lot of people want to express their feelings. I understand what you're saying about the age, but when I first read it, I thought, gee, we just switching demographics. I think what we should do is work at getting both demographics. How do we add the younger folks to the older folks or vice versa? Because I think that most of the people that come to the annual meeting, that older group, was also the ones that were affected the most by the cancellation of Colorado Country Life. And I don't want to cut them off more than what we're doing. And for me as a director too, one of the disadvantages of having it virtual is all you see are the presenters. So it might be 4 or 5 and maybe a board member or 2. But when you have the open meeting, it's very open. So you can go up to a lineman and talk to him, or one of the founder folks. And for a director, if I don't have a speaking part, I think it's important because I get to see a lot of people and they get to see me. And I also think that there's a lot of members that will not speak up on a virtual platform or in a public platform. But when you go around and you talk to some of these people, sometimes you can kind of bring them out and start asking questions. So that's another key thing to me is that we get to listen when it's in person. We don't get to listen when it's virtual. So those are my thoughts. And then on a selfish point, as far as the date, the September the 16th, I will be out of town and out of service. So unfortunately, I don't want to miss a meeting. I haven't many years. So those are my thoughts on it.
So I could, I'm sorry, go ahead, Rachel.
I guess just a few things I was going to throw out there, because I think Kohler brings up really good points, and I agree with a lot of those. And I wonder if it's and I know you're thinking this, like step back and think about all the functions we're trying to hit with our membership, both through annual meetings and just in other engagement. If it's, we have some, to your point, yes, we have these appreciation lunches. Is there a way there could be more in-person business type things at some point? But I agree, those huge annual meetings, because they're so location-centric and because of the way they're structured, really are limiting who can come. So is there a way to do both and? Right? Like a virtual annual meeting perhaps, but then there's like distributed little pod town hall meetings leading up to it or something that can really meet in person, but also address some of the geographic issues we have that actually are really beyond just Durango or Fregosa, but like going out to the Green Range and hanging out there and just get more of our membership. And the other thing I was just going to say, if we do an annual virtual meeting, just something to think about. I don't know how realistic this is, and maybe the first year if we go this route could be a pilot, but doing like a tech pod in some of our areas that really struggle with tech. And just so there's like, it's kind of like how everyone gets together, watch a sports game and wherever we watch sports games, but something similar, just so that's a community option.
I have a couple of clarifying questions on the rationale. How do we know mostly over 55 at annual meetings?
Just based on observation from Jeannie, who's been there for.
How old am I, Jeannie?
She's not here.
How old am I?
You're right. It's, we don't ask people when they come in what their age is. It's just generally an observation of them.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just, because I think this is an option, but we can massage it a bit with people's comments in mind. But I do want to remind people that we had the Zoom town hall meetings and we actually had a lot of people ask questions. So there was a lot of back and forth dialogue that worked out really great. And we've been getting a lot of feedback from members saying we appreciated the Zoom versus in-person meetings because it allows for people that are sick, people that have children at home that can't go to in-person meetings. So we're actually trying to employ our DEI effort here and provide that to our customers and our members. And it's allowing for our members who can't get out of their house, again, who are sick, have children, have to work full-time, have to work nights, to be able to attend. So, but to your point, Kohler, about in-person, we don't want to stop that from happening. So back to Rachel's point, we didn't bring this up in the memo. We are going to have town hall meetings in person. So that will happen this year as well. So we're just suggesting the business portion be virtual to allow as many members to participate, because we'll get more members than come in person. And that's statistically, we found that already. We also will do the in-person town halls to have that back and forth, and it'll be in each of your districts. So then you'll have that back and forth dialogue. And then we'll have the appreciation lunches. But we feel that we'll save just $35,000 right away, but also it's a pretty heavy intensive staff time when we feel honestly that our members want to have more of an interpersonal relationship with the board members in their districts. So why don't we provide that to our membership and provide more diversity so that people that just want to call in have that opportunity, people that just want to go in person have that opportunity. So I don't know if that clarified a few things because I know the town hall wasn't brought up.
May I finish my question?
It does in a way, but I'm still uncomfortable because I think even between districts, you have groups, whatever side of the issue they're on, and it's important for them to communicate with each other. And this is for the members, it's not for us, it's really for the members.
Let's let Christie finish her.
Yeah, can I finish my question? Thank you. And I'll ask my question and I'll have comments for later. My other question about the rationale is on number 3 here. So the 95% of these costs that we're saving, do those include the staff costs too, or is it just 95% of the 35? So the staff work still has to happen, or
it would
not
be a
as
lot
much?
less. So if you think about the logistics involved in the annual meeting, you've got food, you've got venue, you've got hauling all the stuff to the place,
Right.
you've got logistics coordination of volunteers, staffing of the booths, all of this stuff. So no, $35,000 is just the cost of all of those other things, not staff. There will still be staff time in doing an annual meeting virtually, but it'll be a lot less.
Sure. So Just guessing, I would say probably at least half of the staff time we would save, and that's a swag. Okay, thank you so much.
Go ahead.
I tend to agree with Kohler in that.
Can I just do a quick point of order? I think just for organization, now that we're back in person, we should maybe have questions for Hillary now. Then if we have a motion that needs to be debated, we should have a debate at that point.
Okay.
Does that make sense to everybody? We have questions for Hillary, then we can probably dismiss Hillary and have a motion on the floor. And people can debate both sides of the debate. Is that?
And you will be first.
Yeah.
Okay. So are there any more direct questions for Hillary? Tim?
So what's the chance of having a different date than September 16th? Because like Kohler, I can't make it and I would like to be there.
Totally possible. And it's the day after my birthday too, so it's like not my favorite date either.
Totally unacceptable.
Yeah, no, date is completely, we wanted to throw something out for discussion, but it is something that the board's gonna need to decide on regardless of virtual or in person. We're gonna need to decide on a date like
So,
today.
This proposal, one other question I have, this proposal of saving $35,000, you know, it seems to me that that would be for one event, but if we're going to have town hall meetings, which I'm very much in favor of my district, don't we start to expend some of that in those areas and so forth? So I guess there's maybe a little more clarity on the budget impact that could be made available based on those different proposals. Right?
Yes, and I would also mention that the town halls are generally a lot less expensive because we'll find a community center in, you know, somewhere in the area. Rent is, or utility fee, or space fees are usually low if anything.
Don't have to supply food.
Yeah, and since it's only a couple of hours generally in the evening and we just provide snacks, it's not a meal type of thing.
Less impact on
No door, well, we can do door prizes, but that was a big expense.
But your essential point in your memo was not to say that these are earmarked. This is just suggestions on how you reallocate those budgets. Yes, you're not going to take that $35,000, hand it back to the membership.
No.
Right. Okay.
It would be a reallocation to, I think, you know, when I was talking to DMEA, it was, they just really felt that there were other formats like town hall meetings, like specific, you know, discussions around specific topics in person that were more beneficial to them than the business portion of the annual meeting being live. So DMEA chose to direct their funds towards this special business grant, but Poudre Valley is actually channeling it towards other things like town halls or tech pods or what have you.
Sure, thank you. You have one or two more?
One quick question, and I apologize, is because you said during the executive reports, we get to talk to Hillary at some point about the surveys. Since we're dismissing it after questions, is that now?
I would just dismiss her from the dais. I don't know, she's not.
Okay.
I think the surveys.
Can we, I don't actually want to talk about that now, because I want to finish this process, but
That
I
should
don't want
be
to
done
miss
in
out.
an email. We're sending in all the information.
Okay, so all that email's going, all of your survey information is going on the email?
Yes, so I'll just say that really briefly. We unfortunately were not able to finalize the questions for presentation to you by this meeting. They're within our ECA right now and we're tweaking them. What I would really like to do is, my target's by the end of this week, so either late Thursday or early Friday, send you an email with the proposed script, with the rationale behind why we've got the questions on there. Some of them are totally mandatory to get our ACSI scores and our MLI scores. The others are, you know, we have rationale behind. We'll send that to you, give you a deadline for when you would need to respond, and then we'll incorporate anything that needs to be incorporated.
Okay, so any other comments for Hillary on this subject?
Questions?
Thank you.
I guess I'd like to make a motion so
There
that
we
we can
go.
discuss this and I can ask my questions.
I will second that.
And make my comment. I move that we reject this proposal and have an in-person annual meeting. Date to be determined.
I'll second.
Sure. Okay.
Now can I make ask my
Yes,
question?
please go ahead.
Make my comment.
Thank you.
You know, I realize that we may be missing a demographic age group if we do in person, but I think historically, and correct me, those of you who've been on this board longer, that I think the annual meeting has always been held in the daytime. like at noon, 11 o'clock, we tried evening ones? Okay.
One out of 3 was evening, just to
Okay.
reject that.
Okay, because if we do the evening ones, more people would be likely to attend, you know, like the working class, younger people perhaps. But if we do like the Zoom or virtual, I think we're really cutting out an older generation who is not tech savvy. And that doesn't include us, because we are. We have to live with it during the last year, but there's a lot of older people out there who would come in person that will not be able to do a virtual. I like the idea of the town hall meetings, but I think that needs to be totally separate than the annual meeting.
So I think, oh, sorry, go ahead, Tim.
I just want us to consider the impact that it has on all the staff, who, and I just want to clarify this. I was told previously by Ron and I think Meyer that that's almost all volunteer work by the employees, right? It's not a loaded cost that we pay them extra to do this, is that correct?
Well, so that's because they had it on a weekend, and so I've already talked to staff, and we're not going to do that. We're going to suggest during the weekday, plus we get more people coming if it's during the weekday at lunch or at night, so we would pay people's, I'm not asking for volunteers for that.
So there's okay, so just to clarify, if there were an annual meeting, there would be an additional employee or staffing cost that we hadn't incurred previously, and it would still be that enormous amount of work that we would have to do. Okay, thanks.
Let's get Kirsten, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for making the motion. My question was going to be to you. What else? I tend to defer to staff on recommendations like this because you guys live this. But usually I have a little stronger reason why, and maybe it's just I haven't been able to live with this long enough. This came in the board package, so I've had a couple days to live with it. I don't like the fact of having to vote right now on rejecting something when maybe there's more to be had. So that's my hesitation. I'm so close on either way of this. I think that if we already knew what the other in-person things were going to be, I would feel much better. If we knew that we were doing, tech pods, brilliant idea. Being on the broadband committee and also living in a place where I can call into most of my things so I can know that I had a connection. I had to go landline. I know what it's like to be in Archuleta County and try to attend a virtual meeting. So I would, my question for you, is there more that you maybe just didn't get in here that you want to make a fight for, or what am I missing? You guys, you've talked to these other co-ops. You heard a lot of stuff, and what happens is it becomes so obvious to you because you know how everybody else has done it. That has not been conveyed here. So what do you want? What do you need to convey to me or to us that isn't in here? Is my question.
Should I come back up? This is like a weird.
Sure, but you know, while you're walking, can I, because again, I appreciate you asking these tough questions, and I hope everybody does. You can come up while I'm talking. But I think, yes, we've done a lot of research. We've spent a lot of time. So you're right, you only see this one memo, which is like two-dimensional. Most of the other co-ops have already made this decision of what they're going to do, and most everyone has gone to a hybrid approach, and they found way more people involved. A hybrid meeting, they have pretty much the Zoom for the business meeting, and then they set up in-person members meetings. So I'm just saying, we don't know what's going to work best for our community, but why don't we try it at least 1 year? And this is, again, I'm trying to think outside of the box. What's the harm in trying it 1 year? And then we can collect the data and then decide what we should do next year. But I think we shouldn't just be doing the same old thing because we've always done it the same old way without concrete data, and we just don't have the concrete data for. I mean, just like Kirsten said, well, how do you know it's over 55? She's right, we don't know. And we actually don't know if it's best for our community, because what the feedback we've been getting is that they feel that we're way more transparent now, that we have Zoom calls because more can attend. And so I think, to your point, Kirsten, we are going to have the town halls for sure. And I think what we need to do is start getting those on the master list that Rachel mentioned. We should go ahead and start getting those organized, and it'll probably be in October, November, to get them on the calendar. I think that I would like to look in the tech pods. The more that we can do that kind of work, I think the better as well. So if you would feel better for us to come back with another package that's more fleshed out on the community outreach to make you guys see all the other touch points, we're happy to do that.
And I'll just make one comment on back up here. I actually really totally agree with Kohler and Sue. There's nothing like face-to-face, especially on a contentious issue or contentious topics, which there's a lot of right now, right? So, you know, I think maybe one of the things that didn't come through in this proposal, because you're right, maybe it was just in my head, is that we absolutely are not going to be turning all of our engagement with our members into virtual, because that is only, you're right, we're swapping demographics to a certain extent. I think the idea was based on the feedback we've gotten, based on the conversations with other utilities, that particular meeting, the annual meeting, and all the types of business that have to be conducted there, maybe is better suited for virtual. Save the qualitative face-to-face handshake, person-to-person meetings for a different format, different types of content, town hall, tech pods, etc. My main concern for this year is just time-wise, because we weren't able to hold the business portion of the annual meeting last year. And if we do decide that we want to hold the business portion live, in person this year, we're behind the ball on planning. So, you know, my concern is that if we punt this decision, at least for this year, to next month, then we're even farther behind the ball. We can make it happen. We can do it. It's just, I think I would like to have I'm hoping for a decision at least on this year's format, and then potentially come back with a broader proposal for everything else.
Thank
Yeah.
you. So let's get Sue's comment. She's been waiting. I have a comment on the throne, and we'll see if they're still standing.
You know, this brings me back to last year's discussion of the business portion of the meeting. And I was, in fact, the one that made the motion to cancel last year's business meeting and include it with this year's customer appreciation luncheons or meal. I think that's in the minutes, that we voted that we would have the business meeting this year in conjunction with the customer appreciation. So now we're voting against that decision that we made a year ago, and I understand things have changed, but our members are our number one key priority. And I think it's really important to me to have that in-person business meeting. You know, the town halls are fine and they're great for outreach and meet and greets, but the business portion of the meeting needs to be able to be attended and questions asked by all of our members. And back to Kohler's point, I think a lot of people are hesitant to ask something on a Zoom call when we can't see them and they're only seeing maybe a portion of us. So that's why I'm opposed to this.
So to stay focused on the motion at hand, I'll weigh in my 2 cents. I think the thing that didn't come through clearly here was that there is a hybrid model that would work, where we can do, where there is room for people to be both online and in a room where they can shake hands if they choose to. I think we are still in a COVID sensitive period, and we have to be respectful for the membership who are just not ready to be in public. And there is some really cool new technology that's come out really in the last couple of years. There's this tool called an owl. Have you run into this thing yet? It's made for this room, and we could do this room really nicely, or a room like it really, really nicely, and it would be slick online, and it would meet your objectives. I think if you, and with a little bit of work, I think you can come back with a proposal that would carry the day. Plus, coupled with the fact that the date is coming up fast on all of us, and a few of us would have to scramble our schedules and may not be able to make it at all. Is there a way that perhaps you could modify your proposal? My motions here, that we just reject the proposal and ask for a resubmission of the proposal.
Yeah, I would modify my motion to that effect.
And that'll give you a better chance to say, hey, this is what it's really going to feel like, and this is what it's going to do for everybody in a positive way. And yes, there's probably a couple negatives too, and here they are on the table. That would be, I think that would work well.
So we have a motion to amend the motion.
And then we'll do that recursive thing.
That would be to reject it's now to.
No, it would be modifying my motion that we ask Hillary to go back and readdress this to where it might seem a little more personal and maybe a hybrid type situation.
To meet the requirements of everybody.
But then it'd have to have the voter would have to second that.
Can I clarify something? So, let me get this straight. Because I think that Hillary's point of knowing today is because we have to secure a big venue. But to Sue's point, she's absolutely right. The minutes reflected that we would have the business portion at the member appreciation lunch. If that's the case, our appreciation lunches are actually at the truck barns. We're not going to move those because
That's okay.
It worked out great last night.
I think members don't mind going up to the truck barn. I know Empire Electric had theirs up at their warehouse facility this year.
So, okay, yeah, and so I'm wondering if you're okay with that approach, we can think through maybe how to, because what we're thinking at the member appreciation lunch, just giving you more context, is we're going to have booths as well to talk about electric vehicles, all of our rebate programs, and then maybe we can have a booth with people talking about the business plan portion, so they can, because what we've got feedback from is that there's a lot of people that actually just want to eat and have fun. And in fact, Dan was telling me of a business meeting where a member stood up and said, I'm done with this. In the meeting, everyone voted, they ended the meeting. So actually, there's a lot of people who don't want to hear it. They actually just want to talk and eat and get together. And so would that be something where maybe we go ahead and we have an hour virtual business meeting at some point where we do it virtually, capture that demographic, and then we can have a booth at the member appreciation lunch specifically to talk about our annual report, our budget, and have some staff there to answer questions?
See, personally, I don't like that idea as well, because people aren't able then to address the board as a whole with their questions or concerns. And I think that's important for them to be able to do that.
So let's not go into design. Let's not start designing this whole proposal, jiggering everything. You have a proposal, you want to vote, we have a motion, let's get that done and get this train back on the rails.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
But I do, just because I want to come back to something that's more in line with what you're hoping to see. So is it that you'd like me to come up with a proposal along the lines of what was voted prior to the bylaw amendment? So having our member appreciation luncheon and then having an extra hour on one of them that is an annual meeting in person?
So I think you got a bunch of new data here. So number one, you had a bunch of things that occurred last year that weren't taken into account. You need to take those into account. Number two, there's clear messaging coming out of the board that a raw Zoom only format is problematic.
and that you want to address that directly, and that there's a strong bias towards having an opportunity, not just for people to socialize and smile and eat lunch, but to participate in the business activities of the activity. Is that the essential crux of what's been stated so far?
But was that the consensus, I think?
No, but this is just data gathering, right? Right, that's just a quick summary of what's been said so far.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, more data. Let's kind of move, we're running late, so let's kind of bring this to a close, but let everybody get their thoughts in color.
I just wanted to know if Sue would be acceptable to this to make, I'm not too sure how exactly to do the amendment, but possibly this year, go ahead and do the virtual town meeting, because we're running out of time.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but not do the future ones, like what you have in the proposal, so that we have more time to discuss that. I could be okay with that.
No, I'm not okay with that. So that would not be part of my motion.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little lost at where we are with the motions of what we might vote on. To bring clarity for the staff and to move forward, I think we need to come out of here with a decision. What are we going to do this year? I think Colby's suggestion is a good one. Then we can take more time to debate what we do long term. So I would not vote for rejecting this proposal at all. I just want to make sure that we're not just listening to one or two board members, because we haven't had a vote.
Right.
Steering the conversation.
We're going to go to a vote.
Can I call the question?
So, yeah, but I'm
and so I just
I'm
like
trying
to
to
say,
figure out what the motion is.
as part of calling the question, this is, I guess, where we are. So we had a motion by Sue to not adopt this proposal from Hillary and to instead have an in-person meeting. That was seconded by Kohler. Then there was a proposed amendment to that motion to direct Hillary for more details. That has not been seconded. So I think we need to figure out, is there any second to?
Except for the question was called before it was seconded, so there's no more
Fair enough.
discussion.
So that fails the amendment fails for lack of a second. So the vote will be on the original motion to reject the proposal and have an in-person meeting.
And do we have discussion on that still?
I think it's been called, so that ends.
Thanks for the question.
Right, so we proceed to vote.
So to state it out loud, if we vote in support of this, we're voting for an in-person meeting.
Correct.
In support of the motion, and if we vote against it, we're voting against an in-person meeting. Is that?
The motion is to have an in-person annual meeting. So.
Okay.
Don't we have to vote on calling the question? Doesn't this need a simple majority?
Okay, yeah, that's correct, yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. So
That way, so we, yeah. I just want to make sure, it doesn't need a second.
Okay, let's take a second.
Yeah, I'm sure if somebody seconds calling the question. I'll second it. Okay, so it's been seconded to call the question. Okay, vote on calling the question.
And
If you call the question, that means we proceed immediately to vote and terminate the debate.
Okay, okay. So who wants hands to call the question? Say aye. All opposed? Say no. Okay, discussion's over.
Should ask for abstention.
Abstention. Thank you. Okay. Now to call a vote on the Sue's motion as it stands. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let's get hands up because it's going to be a split vote. One. Let's get votes.
We got
You got
four.
it?
Yep.
Okay.
We got it who?
Is Landis?
No, it was Sue, Kohler, John, and Dan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All opposed?
John Lee.
John Lee, sorry.
Robert, for order here.
Yep, okay.
I don't think the president's supposed to vote unless there's a tie, is that?
No, that's not the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just-
No, that's a good question, and it's a legitimate question, and it's not It is not.
Okay.
For this particular vote. We don't have a bylaw that stipulates that the president is effective.
Okay. All abstaining?
I haven't voted yet,
Yeah.
but I'm not abstaining because abstaining means I'm,
Not voting.
yeah. I am rejecting it. So I'm voting to do the rejection, just because of I want to make sure it's just 1 year. I don't think that changes the outcome.
Are you voting yes?
So,
I'm voting yes.
okay, got it.
So Dan Huntington, Kirsten, John Lee,
No.
Sue, and
No.
she voted. Okay.
Did you vote to reject the motion?
No, she
No,
voted
I
in
voted-
She
favor.
voted in
Yes.
favor.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so,
got it.
Thank you for
so
checking.
Yeah.
Dan, Kirsten, John Lee, Sue, and Kohler are in favor of the motion. And Holly, Bob, Rachel, Tim, Joe, and John Witchell opposed the motion. So the motion fails for lack of a majority.
Okay.
So we have no official action on this at all. That's where we now stand.
6 to 5.
Yeah.
Can I make a motion? So
Yes.
So I'd like to try something.
Try it again.
I'd like to move to have this year's business portion of the annual meeting virtually as proposed, limiting that to this year only for consideration of other options and town halls, et cetera, as part of the package in the future.
Second.
Great. Okay. Discussion.
Well, I'll just say that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I've had to organize big events, and it's really difficult
Timelines.
in a short period of time. And I think this, the world has changed, and I think it's, I like meeting in person. I like the hybrid model of the town halls. I think we get more done. I think the business meeting, I've been to a couple of business meetings, and I didn't really have anything to contribute at that time, so I'm in favor of it.
Thank you.
I'd just say that I think that's a wise choice. This pandemic, COVID isn't over, and I'm not eager to be in a room with a lot of people who are strangers that I don't know whether they're vaccinated or not, or bringing other people in my family, something like that. So I think this is a wise move for us to do it, and we can further define our proposal for the future and give us time. I think that's a wise idea.
Thank you. Rachel, do you have a comment?
It's just, I just never know when we're supposed to say things like this, but we remember when we were, Joe, you and I were all meeting up to discuss community engagement strategy as it pertained to the board. Can we maybe just do another one of those? Great. Anybody else want to come?
Okay. Let's get through this.
All right.
Dan?
How are we gonna handle this motion that was made a year ago, or back when we were canceled last year's deal and proposed it, moved to have it at our appreciation night?
So, I mean, this would, if this passes, this would override that for one, and for two, it is sort of in better conformity with our bylaws, which require that the annual meeting be set by the board at the meeting before the notice goes out. So theoretically, we're supposed to do it in fairly close order before it happens. So, I mean, last year, of course, was a pretty extreme circumstance, and we were all really hopeful, last year that it would only last until the end of the summer, that we could meet in person again at that point, and that just turned out not to be the case.
May I, along these lines, we also, because of the bylaw change that our members voted, can now hold it. So the circumstances have changed.
That's a great point.
John?
Well, every one of us here has expressed that we were happy to be able to get back together, and the value that it was added just in the first 15 minutes of this meeting. Now, I think it's awfully expensive to discount that and say, we have the opportunity to do virtual, and so we're going to, because that will get other different, more new people. Well, we're only going to get so many anyway, and the value of some in-person stuff still seems very real to me. I believe we can still get the point across virtually, And I think having the town halls, the calendar that places some things out there are key to it, but I just think things are opened back up, and so we can do this. Jessica made the comment, what's the harm? And I would say, what's the harm in having it in person then?
Fair enough. So, great, thank you for the comment. Any other comments? Sue,
I
go
just
ahead.
have one more comment, and I don't mean to be critical of staff, but, and I know a lot of our staff are new, as are some of us directors, but this should have already been addressed a meeting or two ago. I mean, we were behind the 8 ball with our elections, had to postpone them for a month or 6 weeks. Now we're behind on planning our annual meeting. So, you know, I get kind of back to a calendar tickler. Maybe we need to be putting that on our calendar sooner so that we're not backed up against a time crunch and, oh, we have to make this decision now because if we wait till next month, then we're prolonging again. So just to point to that further.
Thank you. Okay, any other further questions? Comments, Ben? Okay, so with that, then let's go ahead and vote as the motion stands. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
It's to have the business portion of the annual meeting virtually as proposed this year only, with further planning for other employee interactions, et cetera, to come in the future. So we're just voting on saying, let's have that meeting on that day, virtually, the business portion of the annual meeting. Done, full stop. Then we'll do the rest of the plan for how we engage members later. Is that fair?
Yes. Good. Okay. So all in favor, pulling it up for aye? Aye. Get the counts?
Who's actually doing the counts?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
6.
And you have all 6 accounted for,
All
to know?
opposed? Raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Do you have the?
Okay.
So as
All-
proposed means that date?
All
No, we can do the date.
All any abstentions? John abstains.
John Lee abstains.
I think
The motion carries.
Motion carries because it has 6 votes, so it's a majority of our current quorum.
Great. Okay.
I am concerned about the date, because as proposed means it's with that date. So if it's different, we need to admit that it's different and change it. That's fine and we change it, but let's not think we're.
As it stands now, it's on the date. So, okay.
Well, I'm not sure.
Staff could come back and say, we'd really rather do it on the
Yeah,
17th.
yes, but the
19th.
motion was proposed.
The motion was asked.
The motion was asked to propose, and it passed as proposed. So if staff wants to change that date, they can come back and have a follow-on step. Yes? Okay, we are a little bit over here.
John, I'm sorry. I think we should get some clarity on other dates, because Kohler won't be around, Tim won't be around. I can probably participate virtually, but I'm going to be out of town. But I think if we're going to change the date, I think we need to discuss that now.
Let's do this by email. Let's do a doodle so that everybody's not playing calendar in real life. You'll circulate a doodle. We can all post up what works for us and figure out the best option. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and just one last point before I leave, to Sue's point, we're going to have a discussion in the October board meeting, not only about the board schedule for the next year, but also for the full election schedule and also for the annual meeting. So this discussion will be coming up again pretty quick. We're going to have to get the next year's all sorted in early fall.
Okay, thank you. So we need to take a break. So it is the break is scheduled for 15 minutes. It's 11:40. We'll see you back here at 11:55. Thank you.
Can I just make a brief announcement to directors? Janelle and I have some paperwork for you guys, some contact information, and rather than taking up board meeting time, you can come up.
Actually, so I think if you guys are cool with it, why don't we take a full 30 minutes right now, do lunch.
Is lunch here?
Yeah, so
It
we're
is.
gonna, so
We'll
due to
do that.
COVID, we have boxes. And I don't.
Go outside.
No, I think we're gonna put the boxes in the kitchen.
Put the box in the kitchen.
It's a limited number that we have.
Okay, so be back here at 12:10.
Right? Yeah.
So we're having lunch now, back here at 12.
Yes.
12:10.
Yeah, just gonna merge it.
I just said that with the audience.
Catch us back up. Quite a bit.
Just so you guys all know, red lights blinking means it's on mute. So I'm muted while we're on breaks. Help us all remember, if you see blinking lights, we're back in session. You can just unmute.
Dan, we have not met in person. Thank you. Very nice to meet you, sir.
My concern was I just happened to go in
Talk about how we were going to
conflict forms and those was
I had done it a year ago. I don't know. I was happy to refill it out and keep it current. And I appreciate your questions. It's important. It's important.
well, yeah.
Yeah, my work is exclusively in California. The energy is expensive as hell there. So if you're in the business of making energy, it's a good place to do business. This is actually, like guys like Shaw Solar can make money, but they make money basically as a construction company, not as an energy producer. It's really the only way to make money here. So it's unlikely I'll enter this area. My company will enter this area, at least as far as I can see in the future. So, how are you doing? Yeah? Yeah.
There, guys.
Got a new generation.
My well just went off the rails 2 days ago. It just started, my well just dried up. And my wife this morning was like, okay, we have, not yet, we're pretty good. She's like, we have 100 gallons in the tank. She's like, so we can make the shower. I'm like, well, I got a shave. She's like, well, you can go use a tea kettle. So this morning I'm sitting there in the back, I'm pouring hot water. I'm like, oh, I felt like I was at Anthem this morning. I'm like, I gotta get this going. I think this is the beginning of a pretty tough year. Well, we got a ways to go. What little rain we're getting has been nice, but it isn't filling up the. And we got a mudslide on our property. Yeah, we have a culvert and it came through and then just, yeah, we was just north of the Barty Ranch. So there's that little grove of trees, and so the previous people cut this culvert that actually, truth be told, made things worse, right? Because now it gets,
we're not conscious.
yeah. Okay, well, let's get some lunch here. Stretch our legs. Can I help?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope it makes sense to the sort of point of order I had of like putting questions at one point and debate at another, because I think people's debate it makes more sense if you're sort of going around the room debating simultaneously, because if you throw your debate statement out way in the beginning, then there's much more to be
That's how I did it. Ask questions, if someone starts to comment, it's like, do that after we have voice and keeps everything clean.
And I think it allows people to sort of hear it too, sort of like I'm hearing this point, you know, the person who's the inside of us, I hear your side of the debate, I hear your side of the debate. I think we can always call well, I know I sort of made a big investment. I helped send Jeff Bezos to space with this. Okay.
So we got two.
Yeah, the short one, the full one.
We actually like have.
So it's interesting though, right, because the ones that I had been using before are the online ones, and I found out that those are the ones that are online are the 1915 ones, because that's the earliest non-copyrighted ones. So whatever, it's like the 4th edition, this is the 12th edition. So, yeah, that's the quick study. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm very familiar with the courtroom procedure and the rules of evidence and the rules of civil procedure and criminal procedure and stuff. It's sort of interestingly sort of civil. Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, it's sort of like it's right. It's like it's interesting. So, Henry Robert was an army general in the 19th century, and he sort of, was trained through the army of how to sort of, do things with structure, and wound up at like overseeing some sort of church he was like, I don't even know how to do it. He's like, all my army training hasn't prepared me to run a church committee. So that's why he drafted. Oh, yeah.
Asparagus, peas, cucumbers, berries. Perfect. Do you want us to let the salad go? Yeah, I was scared of the macro. They make me think about things. Right now, there's some here too. Do you want it? Yeah. Do we just take one of those? I've got some flavor. Yeah. I still have my work.
I know. It's like going to Tuscany.
We already do. Look, we get chips.
Okay, she had called me.
Let's turn up the heat.
All right. We're learning as we go.
Yeah, I know. This is like.
Me too.
Excuse me.
Very much like using TV.
Goes Megan.
I don't think I'd be able to tell the difference.
The sprinkler is smoked pork, bacon, it's just pepper sauce, avocado. Thank you. That's not important at all. Oh, and the only other one too was this guy. Okay. I can't. It's okay because I got it. I don't even have it. Yep, and that top one's over there. Dan, how did you do that? Probably find your phone.
This is the exact same ball that I have here.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. You're looking and
No broadband.
find some farms? Yes, you too.
It is, isn't it?
Well, it's okay.
Well, you might have to just respond to the date.
Yeah.
Yep, that'd be perfect. Can you do that, please? Do you have it, or do you need me to send it to you? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think I saw yours on there, so
I don't know.
password.
Both types. Country and Western. I joke about that. Sometimes I say, well, it's wrong. I have 2 daughters that I love to dance with.
It doesn't.
So, does my heart good? Otherwise, I like probably not very much.
Well, let me see your account, see how you set it. I'm happy to walk you through.
I've got still trying to get through the
We can look.
It could be, because I haven't started on
She was working in the lab right up her alley. Like the rest of enough laboratory time. So just a year in the lab will help her for next year's application. Very
Oh, yeah.
And so, when I was getting out of the Army, my wife had a hospital place out here. So I agreed. And told my grandmother, anything ever came available, please let us know. Sometimes you can get sidetracked.
Like, just trying to
5 years
there's
ago. And I would think of it just now. And we got to buy her a place across the street from my grandma's. That brought us here. Met my wife in the Army. We're both retired. She was an officer, I was enlisted. My outdoor stuff.
Oh, she's good.
Don't want to sleep outside in a tent anymore. I like being outside, and so I thought, cows and irrigating, and I love eating.
We have a border collie.
She's like, where's your So, so I like having a little bit of touch the land type of stuff. And then I failed at retirement. So, or people who are going to be engaged, saying, take your car to any mechanic, do you want one that can take it right away or and the answer was, the one a week. I enjoy, so that's how I came on the fire department, and to help them rebuild. Because I got enticed by the volunteers themselves. We went from 3 to 32 for the last 5 years, and I enjoyed that side of it. People who like to make a difference.
And she's like,
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for muting it. Oh, Dan did. Oh, yeah. He's gonna, and I can mute it from the desk, but I won't know when you start again. Okay. So, because I won't be able to hear anything. Right. So, do you want me to ping you? No, Dan said, I think just unmute it. Okay. He just thinks that they'll be over there here. And because of that mess up earlier, we probably missed
When somebody else sings it.
But it was just mostly like call to order. The people who I sent to the attendee list, they were still on there once the audio came on, so I don't think they had people give up.
Okay.
So, and then they dropped off, I like after the.
That's all they wanted to know.
The juicy details, right? Anyway, yeah, so far so good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, and then, for the interview this weekend, the meeting was Sam's gonna be on
Oh, man.
the regular meeting. Except that guy won't use his name, Brian.
I would think that in a Broadway
We're just gonna have this call.
I could watch Les Mis.
There's just no
I
way
could
to.
watch.
Remember?
Just like on.
Yeah.
Over and over and over. Yeah, isn't that amazing on a little stage? Especially
So I'm gonna
call on stage.
I worked that out with him already, I texted him, I'm like, it'd be easier if I just call you. I've got his right.
So I guess I appreciate that on the side. You've seen that.
And then she can tell us and that's on, we don't know from here. And then I'll text Jessica. That's on.
Yes, yeah, I like that.
No, trial and error, but we're. Yeah. No, on our first, yeah.
So hopefully everyone.
No, it'll be good. Well, awesome.
Yeah, I think we're good. I'm paying attention to the background, just make sure that you're respecting all the bugs. And keep the agenda up. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
What's the end date?
It's on hold, it's about to come back to life.
Everything this year is free, cherries, I hope it's right, pumpkins, or let's start with
A whole different
laboratory that encourages research.
On the road to trauma? It is.
It's farming and solar panels. You know, solar panels like turkey ham, bacon, solar panels up on.
So it would have changed.
With that.
I always, what'd you go with?
The pimp turkey. I'm like, these names are funny, I don't know this baker.
Yes. Hey, we gotta get comedy somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I eat better here than I do at home most of the time.
Right?
You know?
Just let you know. Don't care if you're vascular. Find how to join. Yes, yeah. That's good.
I mean, she's been in bed for 2 years. 9 weeks, 10 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Getting in and out of it is a chore.
That I didn't have it. I didn't have it memorized whether it required a second. Yep. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why it's near and dear to my heart. It's size, aren't they?
Yeah.
These little itty bitty little sandwiches, is this all we get?
Right?
Yeah, that's
Holy
smokes. Good answer.
Holy smokes.
Water. We
So it was a day off on my date too. So, and that's the fish fry.
And they go to low income.
And so I might come over.
Yeah.
And then.
Within that means for what is
Well, maybe.
Where will we do it before?
I was in private practice. First was
your actual
my partial umpire. Practice. Did a lot of
Do you need something I need to fill out or sign or something, or did you get it? I just sent you my contact.
I did get this.
Okay.
So I think.
Oh, yeah,
conflict,
conflict of interest.
and then this new one.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, do I do this online?
You can just fill it out here and then give it back to us.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I didn't realize it was HOA.
There's a lot of land use modifications that will have covenant amendments in this society.
For assessment, you must be thinking it's pretty good
Outside of those.
No, I believe it's funny because I don't know, it's just sort of like pandemic winding down or whatever, but like I kept my email address.
Just didn't have the benefit of being
Be able to personally respond.
Everything was on that remote thing.
We announced that I was leaving when I left, but I mean, a lot of clients don't get that. It's just like the last, sorry, can't help As an HOA, Tom Dyer, who I work with, is he's the number of that stuff. Christina Landry, you, real good. Doug Reynolds did a decent amount of that stuff. I sort of
Because I felt like so much other stuff I couldn't keep myself finding. Always Josh
some of these guys, like, I think is at a point where she can be real particular about what she does and doesn't do. Just because she might work for something long-term.
Real present on the first day.
Help us to be together and
She represents.
about how to do motions. And we had a couple of just sort of general guidelines as we flipped through Rob's Rules of Order. And I think we've all seen this happen a couple times in the past. If you want to make a motion and there are two, if there's an and in your sentence, you can make a motion to split the motion. Sometimes it's hard to get to yes if you say, well, I make a motion that we always drink coffee, and tea. And you can say, well, I'd like to split that motion right there and then and say, we'll have a discussion about coffee and then we'll have a discussion about tea. That's pretty effective, and sometimes it's more helpful to get to yes or at least get to a partial agreement. The second technique that Graham pointed out was around using negative emotions. I make a motion that we not drink coffee anymore. Try the best of your ability to avoid doing negative motions and rephrase the question as a positive. It makes it easier for everybody else to sort of track what you're trying to get to the end of. And those are just two suggestions that came out of the last couple of meetings. Food for thought.
I just like to confuse everybody.
At any rate, and this is, we've all seen this happen multiple times over many meetings. So resuming to the board, to the agenda, one thing that we have to note is as we move through the agenda, we're going to hit the pause button wherever we are at exactly 1 o'clock to do the attorney update, because he is scheduled to come on at exactly 1 o'clock, and we're not going to make him wait because we're going to pay for him to wait anyway. So resuming that, we are going to do, we're picking up on item 6, board action agenda. And we're going to talk through, we're going to do each of the committee updates, and then we're going to talk about some possible appointments. And if you look at the schedule, there are 6 items for discussion. We've allocated an hour, so for each of the people doing the presentation, do your best to keep it to 10 minutes. We don't want to rush it, but try to clip your remarks to plus or minus about 10 minutes. And we will start with everybody's top of everybody's mind right now, which is broadband.
Super. Thank you, sir.
Broadband. You?
Yeah, I'm the chair.
How about it?
So we met for a couple of hours this last week, and Magellan Advisors, who was supposed to do our feasibility study, came back, they did present it to us, and we discussed it at length. A couple action items that came out of it is that we're going back to Connexon because some of their model, their pricing, we want to make sure that it would work with more realistic pricing for around here. The staff is going to recommend a recommendation, and we're going to send it to committee, and we're going to be working through that. And then Magellan staff and committee is going to prepare the committee of the whole in August on that Monday. Put it on your calendars, is going to be about broadband. Now, since I gave Hillary a hard time about, well, you just dropped this on me and I didn't only have a couple days, I do want to give you just a little hint about what you guys might be seeing. You're not going, I don't want to walk you through it because it is an entire story. There's a lot of information for it. But I don't want you to be surprised to know that LPEA has to build fiber for operational purposes. We already have to do it for our own selves. Those purchases for fiber are likely to multiply as needs get more, as we start doing more distributed DERs. And I forget what the ER means, which is why I came back. DER, distributed
energy resource.
Thank you very much. broadband has a role in that, and fiber has a role in that. And there's synergy in that work and in funding for LPEA operations and in current federal and state efforts to build out rural broadband. We should take advantage of those synergies while the iron is hot. I'm going to use the word assault here purposely. Not doing something is an assault of our members, in my belief. Our roots as a cooperative was to make a utility known as electricity available to rural folks who would not otherwise be served. Broadband is a utility that is more and more valuable every day. Our members are underserved by investor-owned utilities. If we can do this in a way that does not financially impact or can actually financially help the electric side because of our operational costs, if those synergies can be used, that's what you're going to see us marching towards. So don't be alarmed at the committee of the whole, and please come with a mind open on that one. Okay? Thank you very much. Less than 10? Questions?
And we're going to see, before the COW meeting, we're going to see all the documents?
I don't know, Tommy Wise,
I think we can do that.
I think that'd be really
Yeah,
helpful.
agreed. Okay, sure thing. Thank you, Joe.
Other comments or questions? That is how it's done.
Oh, so our COW meeting will be the 16th? Do we need to set that at some point?
23rd.
23rd.
Okay. What is that for?
Yes,
So,
from 1 to 5.
Okay.
and like Bob says, you steer the cows.
Rachel, you have a comment?
One quick question, I know it's buggy for the horse, but the timing is such that that's what it is. Are you guys talking about the ARP at all, or working on the American Recovery Plan, the county, blah, blah?
When I talk about the iron being hot, it's
Yeah.
that ARP,
Yeah.
that money that is now. So actually, and if you, I don't know if you recall that last month, part of my report was about that there are discussions going on right now because that money, if we don't have those discussions and we decide to go that way, we will lose out with that. So we're doing those discussions, even though, and if we're told to turn it off, it's a lot easier to turn it off than to turn it on too late. Other? Did I miss anything? Other board? Other committee members?
No, it's very good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on. We'll hear from the Finance and Audit Committee.
You want me to fill in for you for this one?
You chaired that meeting, so different.
So there is really a recommendation coming out of the Finance and Audit Committee for the board at this time. We did the financial review, which Carl has already covered really well. I will mention his it was also in dashboards, but we talked about a kind of construction financing loan facility that they worked out with CFC that was very sort of helpful and will save us costs, and I give a lot of kudos to the finance department working that out. We left the ongoing FAC meeting schedule up to the new committee to set. We didn't set that, so there isn't one yet scheduled. And then we did look at broadband financials based on that presentation. We did not do a deep dive, and I just want to remind, from that, there were questions around one of those options, well, two of those options actually, but one in particular, the fiber partnerships option, that Magellan was going to come back with more information on that, and that wasn't, I didn't see that necessarily in the broadband committee report. I just want to remind Jessica that there was information around that. It's not just the 16,000. We're talking about all the members, what's missing, what's already covered, that kind of thing. So that's going to be integral to us to be able to put together those broadband recommendations. So I want to remind us of that. Look at that. And then finally, we looked at briefly at the RFP responses from the power supply RFPs, but no action was taken. And I guess we will look at those again as probably as a committee, and then also as the CO, as the cow, at some point. Thanks. Any questions?
Given the, I recognize it's very sensitive in the public forum, is there anything you can share at this early stage with the RFPs? The answer is probably
It's
no.
probably really more Dan's thing. I would just say, from my perspective, what was encouraging is there are bids that came back that could show lower cost power for us. So it wasn't like it came back and said, you don't have a possibility here. There's distinct possibility.
Rock solid maybe.
And then the question is, what is the partial contract buyout rate, which is still undecided.
Okay.
At least it was at the time. So anything to add to that?
No, Tim, I think you did it well. There's, we do have I'll say a floor for the buyout, or a maximum amount. We think we can get better, but at least we have that. We can run through the economics. There's just a lot of stuff that determines no.
Quick clarifier, so when you say there's a floor that's been passed through TSGT already, or that's internal, this is?
It's filed at FERC. They have a methodology filed at FERC.
Thank you.
That's it. Any other questions? FAC? I want to thank everybody who helped on that committee for the last 3 years. Thanks.
Okay, terrific. No other comments? So, comments or questions for member of the committee? Excellent, thank you. So, possible appointments, change up on the lineup. Graham, you want to help me out here? You want to do this by vote, or do I just call it?
Yeah, so the committee appointments are at the discretion of the presiding officer under.
You need a sector.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
I've been eyeing it.
Gavel's
And does that have to be made now, or can we make that offline?
It can be offline.
Great, then let's do that offline. I think we've been sitting here for exactly 2 hours. Like maybe a little more conversation, socializing.
What are we going to do offline?
Sort of evaluate the non-ex officio committee appointments. So, people that have interest in serving on a committee or interest in no longer serving on a committee, and they're not obligated to serve on that committee because of their officer role. You can talk to President Witchell about your interests, and you can evaluate those. But the committee of non-ex officio committee appointments are up to the president.
So all I was saying, Joe, is that I did talk to a couple people during lunch, but I haven't had a chance to touch base with everybody. And I wanted to touch base with everybody and find out where the heads were for each of their committees, and then make that decision rather than make the decisions, any changes to the committee lineup right now. That's all I was saying.
So other than people who changed by virtue of an officer or an election or no longer sitting in an office,
but
everything else remains as it was before.
And the committees are legally fine as they sit right now.
Yeah, we conform, even with the elections that we had, we still have an officer serving on every single committee, so we meet that policy requirement.
So we'll make those, we'll be able to touch base with everybody and then make those decisions in the next few days, not months.
And that was just my point. We've typically noticed those meetings 10 days ahead of time. So there's just a timing element.
Yeah, so we'll today's Wednesday, aim for close of business Friday. Okay, great. It's also an outstanding presentation, 7 minutes. So, Committee on Policies.
And that was just a placeholder in case we were having appointments at this time. We don't have anything to report, Craig.
That's
Chair,
correct.
no. Okay.
Do we have another meeting scheduled?
There had been some tentative talk about one, but I don't have that date.
And Joe, we don't schedule that until the new committee members are formed for the policy committee. So that's like the other committees, we haven't picked a date because it could be different people.
Okay, copy that. Okay, so resolution.
Yep.
There we go. Resolution 2021-11, ratification of actions taken at remote board meetings.
All right, and this is mine. See if I can pull this up on the,
If not, you want me to?
if you can,
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be great. So what this comes from, in the handoff from Maine's Bradford to, as general counsel to me, went over a checklist of some items with Shay, and this was something she recommended as a belt and suspenders sort of deal, especially when we didn't have the bylaw amendment that allowed for remote remote board meetings at that time. So this is just a resolution that says we are in person ratifying everything we did remotely, and that's really all this is designed to accomplish. I'm not going to sit here and say that I feel that we would be in big trouble if we didn't do this, but it is sort of an abundance of caution for this board. I would strongly recommend that we adopt this resolution.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-11.
Second. Thank you. Okay, discussion?
I'll just say this is, really going to hold up what we've done and kind of puts another notch in I'm doing puns like Tim is, and I'm just goofing around. Not well received.
Belts, suspenders.
It was too close to let's tighten. That's all.
Everybody's going to sleep. We got to do the right stuff, right before we go to sleep. Okay, any further discussion? Any further discussion? Great, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Any abstained? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, on to director travel and training expenses.
Bob, do you have that?
I don't have any.
Okay. I'm gonna help out that one with.
I think I said it.
It did. Let me just dig it up. Director expenses. There it is. And this was something that we worked on to have on one sheet the last few months. So I'm handing that off to you here, Bob. We're in Janelle's help. I mean, Janelle does a great job here. She puts it all together, and I end up being the Guido that goes out and twists arms to actually send your expenses in. So that's the routine, and it's been working well. So. All right, so director expenses, we have this board meeting, which is 11 of us, because Ted is not here, and for per diem. We have the Finance and Audit Committee, which is Lynch, Skian, and Wheeler. Bassett did not attend in July because he wasn't on the board anymore. So that's 3 half-day per diem. We got the Roundup board meeting, Lewandowski and Skian for half-day per diem. CREA board meeting, half-day per diem, Director Metzler. Broadband committee is Director Metzler, Skian, and Wheeler. For each half-day. There's one question on the stipend that I think we need to get answered, and probably maybe needs another vote by the board. So you can help me if you will, Graham, but the policies state that in order to get the stipend, each director has to have attended one board, not necessarily a board meeting, but an LPEA-related meeting in that particular month. And we weren't sure if Director Compton qualifies for that, but he did attend something in June, but there was no opportunity. He attended some director orientation in June. So I would suggest that because this kind of crossed over between 2 months, we consider that his stipend for July, but that I think would have to be a vote from the boards. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so the policy on that is that, when you're attending a meeting or basically a meeting at the requirement of the board president or the CEO, and so it is sort of he was required to be at that orientation meeting. It wasn't optional. So, I mean, at that point, and I will also say this, right, that sort of reading through that policy, it appears that, the stipends and the per diems are sort of automatic. They don't need to be submitted for. And so,
Well, there is a form.
yeah, I know there is, and I don't know if that's just sort of a language gap in the policy or not. So, I mean, one option I would suppose would be that we could say, well, we could vote and say we want, if Director Compton wants to receive a stipend for attending that meeting, that he should submit it, right? And you could always just choose not to submit it, and then we could cross that then. The other idea would be sort of to identify this. He was duly elected, he was serving as a board member, and it was a required meeting when he came to it. So I think it, in my opinion, it meets the requirements of the policy to receive the stipend.
So did Director Bassett get it for June, and then we're gonna have a 13th person get it in June
That
as
would,
well?
yeah, that would be the case in this. So it would be basically 13 in June and 11 in July. Director Compton isn't going to have earned his stipend for this month. So that's sort of how the accounting would work. It would, I mean, if conceivably we had an obligatory meeting in the end of July, he could have earned it then, right, at that, with the election, occurring in the middle of a month, there's always a possibility that an outgoing director and an incoming director would both, meet that stipend obligation in the same month. And we could have multiple stipends in an election. Mm-hmm. But the way this would work is there would be 13 stipends in June and 11 stipends in July.
Okay. So is there an action here that needs to occur?
Well, I'm making this the board aware of this because we're going to vote on these expenses.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we will vote on these expenses as a matter of course at the board meeting. And so I just want to make sure that we're not approving something that we aren't aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, and just because I wasn't fully listening to that, so his stipend is included on your current report, so a vote in favor of this report would be to approve that stipend?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you have a question.
Yeah, I do. I have a question. I have three. The sign-up form was out there. I signed it and I put my time and mileage on it. I don't know whether that's what we're supposed to be doing or whether we're supposed to be doing this online. It's stopped someplace along here.
What would you prefer?
It needs to keep going if we're going to keep doing that. I'm fine either way, I just need to know.
Online's nice. I mean, it's tracked in Google Drives.
Dan did it online, right? Just recently?
There is an online
And it
one
was,
too.
was it easy for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a moot, that's a,
Tear that up, let's do it online.
okay,
Okay.
no problem. You mentioned both of us got half-days for financing committee and broadband. It should be one full day, which will be less than 2 half-days.
That's a good point. Thank you, Kirsten.
And I purposely did not claim for Roundup this last month, and so but you mentioned that I had it, so I didn't put that in. Did you guys just were covering for me because I hadn't done it online?
Well, I'm looking at a summary sheet, and I assumed that there was a sign-up sheet to be signed.
They're virtual. They were virtual, so there was not a sign-up sheet. For Roundup, yeah. So I did not claim, and I would just say that.
Good clarification. So only one director half-day for Roundup. Perfect.
Thank you, sir.
And that point about 2 half-days for those finance and broadband, that's a good catch because they have been on different days. Now they're on the same day, so it's one day, and I appreciate that catch as well. So did you catch that too, Janelle? Thank you. So that does alter. It lowers the cost.
Perfect. Okay, anything, do we need a motion?
So I'll make the motion to approve the expenses as described and corrected.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstained? Motion carried.
I do have one quick question. I don't know if this is going to ask it or not, but quarterly, we're supposed to get the CEO's expense report as well. And while we were in COVID, Jessica, thank you. My daughter's name is Jessie Janelle, so I'm thinking, okay, which one is?
Don't call me Jessie.
So, yeah, so Jessica did not have any expenses, so I didn't see any in this report. I didn't know if there were.
So they're sent quarterly, Carl, was,
They are sent monthly to the executive committee.
And quarterly to the whole board.
yes.
Yes.
But we didn't see any, so I didn't know if there were any this quarter. We haven't, she hasn't had any all year that I've seen.
We sent one in,
There was the one.
there was, yeah, we did send a quarterly report in March or April.
Sorry, we do a quarterly one, but we don't have June credit card statements yet. So you're actually going to be like a month behind.
Yeah,
Is
so I
that-
figured whatever ended in June, we would see in July.
You'll see it at the August board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing the first quarter one. but-
There's nothing to report.
There, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So that's the travel and training and expense approval. Good to go? Yes. Terrific. Okay, so we would have, let's just keep charging forward. We're going to bypass the attorney update for another 20 minutes, and we can start just working on the item number 10, numeral 10, which is the reports. Until we have to hit the pause button, and then we'll back up to item 7 for attorney update and roll forward to completion.
I'm sorry, did I miss the training request? The travel and training request, number E?
Oh, I thought they were all looped in there.
No.
No, those are two different things.
Oh,
New
not
travel.
that.
New travel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so we have director travel and training requests. Let's do that now. Do we have any director travel and training requests?
I guess the question for me is the tri-state representative, is that already, that's implied?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's a mandatory, it's a mandatory
Okay.
expense versus discretionary. And I think this tends to be more around discretionary expenses.
Like
So
the
like if you wanna
education
go-
classes that would be signed up for?
Yes, it's affecting your discretionary budget versus the mandatory.
Yep, that's right. Okay, absent any.
Sorry, I spoke out of
No, no, please. Absent any additional requests? We have no actions on that item.
Just curious.
Go ahead, Paul.
Can I ask a clarifier?
Yeah.
I was approved to attend a class this month, then I just got way too busy. Is that, would that carry forward to another class, or do I have to ask for another class?
For the same class at a different time.
Well,
Yeah,
it's just a
it's
different
a
class, there's a
class.
whole bunch of classes coming up that were interesting, and so, like, would it be more of a
Are you gonna
blanket
kick it in?
approval, or, because I don't think I said I want this one specifically.
Are you going to kick it into
How does the board feel
2022?
about that?
Are you going to consume it in 2021 or 2022?
Hopefully this year, but, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think it's materially identical to what you did, and you're just kicking it forward. I don't think we need to do anything.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's that.
But if it's kicks into 2022, I think we got to redo it because
Yeah,
it's going to somebody
no, I'm
else's
not asking
budget.
that.
And if it's, if you were doing one thing and now you're doing something totally unrelated, we should touch base on that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, good, okay. Well, for what it's worth, in a short editorial, I am a huge believer personally on training. I would certainly encourage everybody to invest in your own expertise in your areas of interest. Yes, we spend money. That money is almost always recaptured in better decision-making and more effective leadership. So I would encourage everybody to find training that's meaningful and impactful to them. So, no, I shouldn't have editorialized. Rachel?
Well, this was just a question. So I've actually been looking, one of my challenges I find, and I've been given this feedback because I don't articulate as well in this boardroom as would be effective. And so I've actually been looking into like coaching on that. So it's not an NRECPA class, it's not a this or that. But is that something I can bring forward for my discussion?
Yeah, I think you should, that's why we want to discuss it in this forum, right? So if you came forward and you said, hey, I have a reason for wanting to take this particular thing and it's relevant and impactful to my work here, then it's worth taking a look at. I think if you want to say, hey, I want to do Toastmasters, okay, let me bring it forward, but
It's too early.
Budgets are, budgets are, these things do cost money, and you need to be mindful of it. So you want to make sure you're choosing things that are impactful. But other than that, Tim, did you have a comment?
Yeah, well, now too, I think, just to pick up on her, my understanding was that we have the discretion to use this training budget where we see fit, just like you said, in terms of training that will help us in our role here, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be NRE, CPA, or CRA. So, and I just want to confirm that understanding. So the other thing is, there's this Innovation Summit in October. I don't know if people saw that, it was kind of late notice. And anyway, I was just surprised nobody's signing up for that, because that seems like a...
I figured that would come down the next month or two.
Okay.
We still have time.
Great. Okay.
I'll just make a point of clarification quickly, because this seems to be the question that's coming up, right? Is that our policy on this says that the director's discretionary expenditures can be applied to, including but not limited to, educational programs, quite a broad category, and then it says board members should try to take classes in conjunction with CREA meetings, but it's not mandatory. So it's aspirational. We would like you to take these kind of classes, but it's not. These are the only ones. So I think you guys are stated your policy correctly that you can take outside classes.
Go ahead.
So just to ask the board too, is I get a lot of free webinars on energy that come across my desk. Would the board like to see those opportunities? Yeah. Okay, and then if the board ever has questions about because Rachel, you did, and I appreciate you reaching out saying, hey, I really want more information in this area. I have a lot of contacts of where I know are effective trainings, and I can send those to you. And if you guys say, oh, is this a good use of my time? Is this a good venue? I'm happy to tell you, because there's a ton out there. Not all of them are that good. But we have a lot of experience and employee experience that they come back from trainings and report out. And so we can give you guys feedback on which ones are effective and which are not. So feel free to do that.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you. All right, let's push on. So reports, attorney report, we're on 10A.
Yeah, so I've submitted again this month both my attorney report and a memo on questions. I believe it was Joe's question at last month's board meeting about the joint membership issue, and that is something for us to sort of evaluate under that analysis that I had, right? That there are some civil rights laws in Colorado that expand that beyond marriage, right? There is, all citizens of Colorado have a parallel civil union that is the equivalent of marriage, and under Colorado civil rights law, we should probably amend our bylaws to reflect that. So I think that's something I can come back to the board with perhaps next month and have. I would think that because it's designed to make our bylaws conform to state law, we can probably pass that at a board level as opposed to waiting and submitting it to a vote of the members. But that's something that we should probably look at getting updated. Other than that, I'm happy to sort of drag this out for 13 minutes until Matt can get here. So.
I have a quick question, Brandon. You may have told us before, but on your report, what is DFNA?
Yes, so DFNA is a dark fiber network agreement. It is a relationship that we have with, that the 4 co-ops in the southwest corner of the state have with Tri-State to have access to Tri-State's telecommunications fiber on a loop between Albuquerque and Grand Junction, right? Yeah, and so there was a dispute. So as the way these things are sort of staggered, there was a a Tri-State sort of, frankly, is allowed to kind of keep us in the dark a little bit when they're racking up expenses and then turn around and hand us a redacted bill. And so they did that to us in the fall, and so the 4 co-ops decided to push back, get some more information, figure out what the bill actually related to, and was it appropriately attributable to the co-ops, or should Tri-State have taken more responsibility for it? DMEA and their attorneys really took the lead on this. They negotiated a settlement with Tri-State where we got about a 40% discount off of what Tri-State was originally looking for. And just so everybody knows here, on a budgetary basis, we both La Plata and Empire turn around and pass this bill on to Fast Track, and Fast Track ultimately reimburses us for this. And so we've communicated this. Fast Track, appreciate Tim's help in sort of helping me kind of facilitate good communications with Fast Track through this, and personally learned some good lessons on how to sort of work through the LPEA Fast Track communications channel through this process. I also learned that Tri-State remains Tri-State, whether you're dealing with them in electricity-wise or with communications. So, yeah, great. Another
or call-outs?
I think that everybody's noticed my investment here to try and help us, now that we're back in person, try and sort of get some rules of order efficiency. And so I appreciate, along the lines of my sort of questions, I've had a lot of directors come up and ask me sort of rules of order questions sort of during breaks, and also I think that'll be a good idea for me to kind of put and circulate those out through that memo in next month. So, kind of get us all sort of beefed up on our rules of order now that we're back in person, sort of one memo at a time. One other thing sort of along the lines, just for the transition from the training and stuff, it is currently NRACA's legal seminar right now, which thankfully they decided to go remote, so I'm going to be able to watch that on video later this week or next week. So hopefully be able to have some updates in next month's attorney update about interesting things that I've learned through that.
A question for you. Actually, it's for, so we're audio only right now. I don't know, and I haven't done much research yet to figure out whether we're supposed to be visual too. I know we're not because we weren't able to, didn't have proper technology today. But a couple years ago, there was a motion. I want to make sure that it just says recording and not visual recording, and that we're not in conflict with that.
Yeah, we'll have to, so Kirsten asked me this at a break, we'll have to look up that motion. If anything, we can figure out a plan for video. I think that today we could have, because the video, you have to get a license that's really expensive. And Lonnie had to sit there the whole time, and we don't have extra staff to sit here the whole day. So we couldn't figure it out logistically this month. It is being live, so people are listening live. They can, so it's everything that you wanted, except it's just not seeing people.
Right.
I did have a couple of emails from members who are trying to listen to it live, and they say it's really poor.
Okay.
The audio is really
It's
poor.
actually great feedback. So we'll, and it was always poor when we had video. It's actually worse when we did video because the connection would drop because of the data. So we'll look at this, improve it, but we may, there may be a suggestion from Drew and his team that we stay with just this, because then we get clearer. People can hear and clear instead of doing video, because then it takes more data and it impacts the ability for them to listen.
Maybe
So,
we need 2 speakers or 2.
yeah, we'll look into that. But that's really good feedback. Thank you. We'll work on that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, let's push on. So Tri-State,
So
can
I
we do it
do,
in 8 minutes?
He can call in now, actually.
Oh.
Because he only has 30 minutes total, so.
So let's hit the pause button and jump to, thank you, Matt.
And it's gonna.
We should leave he's gonna do a public report first, so we should
Yes,
go
ma'am.
read it, and then we'll go.
Then Dan will come up, and actually, we're gonna call him from this phone to do extra special
Matt, can you
executive
hear us?
session.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Matt, are you there?
He's on the Zoom,
Yeah.
or is he? Why don't? No.
Tracy needs to promote him.
Yeah.
You got it already?
Janelle.
Oh, I hear him.
Hey,
Yep.
I'm here now.
Hey,
Hello, can y'all see me?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, cool, all right. I put on a collared shirt and everything, it was a big day.
Simulate.
Well, yeah, I can get started whenever. I appreciate you guys taking.
Go ahead, Matt, we're ready for you.
For the public.
All right. Yeah, perfect. So, for purposes of the public update today, I can keep this brief, but I want to focus just on the FERC for today. I think that's kind of the most timely piece. You know, cases regarding buyout remain in settlement, but there was a fairly big development. I think probably the last time we all got together. FERC has issued a show cause order to Tri-State to show that their processes around members seeking exit charges are just and reasonable and consistent with the Federal Power Act. This is really a direct response to a couple of things. You know, one, dismissal of Board Policy 125 by FERC, and also the complaint that was filed by LPEA with several other Tri-State members. So FERC, rather than waiting for the Board Policy 125 to be reissued, made the decision that they needed to kind of take matters into their own hands and issued this show cause order to Tri-State to cause as to why their processes were just and reasonable. On Monday, Tri-State filed a response to that. And in that, they make some pretty fundamental changes to what they've previously been bringing forward. It's kind of involves two parts. You know, one is the process, which is all that the show cause is really focused around. But the other one is changes to their exit method. We'll probably just talk about the exit methodology changes in the executive session, as a lot of that material is under you can update as well as conversations at that point in time. But Tri-State made some changes to their process, and I think one that I want to focus on for the public are they changed to a 2-year notice period, just shorter than previously been put forward. And number two, they've decided that on an annual basis, every member will receive an exit charge. And exit charge, you know, is then actionable by department if they want to pursue it. There's also the way the whole notion that the board still has to approve the exit even if you're willing to pay the exit charge. So that has gone away, and that has gone away part and parcel with the restructure of the formula, which we'll talk about in the executive session. The next stage in this process is that participating entities, of which LPEA is one, have 15 days to file a response to the show cause order. And so that will be due August 3rd. LPEA will be filing a response to address these items. But I will say about the formula remains problematic. It still has a number of shortcomings, and we're working through that through the settlement process at FERC. And like I said, we can talk about that when we get to the executive session. So that's really the biggest development. I mean, from a public consumption perspective, what it does show is that FERC, the commissioners themselves are paying attention to this situation. And so at the top, it is, in my opinion, very responsive to the complaint that LPEA and others filed, asking for their respective buyout calculations that Tri-State has never provided. We do now have numbers, which we can go through in the next phase of this, and where we are in the settlement. But are there any questions about what's going on at FERC?
Tim?
Matt, this is Tim Wheeler. So,
Hey, Tim.
how are you?
I'm well.
I was just, I mean, that's kind of there's a 180-degree reversal on a couple of these things. And, I mean, is that just purely because of FERC, you think? Or what's your estimation? I mean, that's just a wholesale change. We waited years, and then in 30 days, they changed 180.
I think that is a great summary of the situation. After, well over 2 years of pursuing this and having, disputes in multiple regulatory forums, both state and federal, 30 days in response to this, Tri-State has made some changes. There is a long way left to go. Some problems that are still out there. But yes, I agree with that assessment that this was in response to FERC and the pressure being put on Tri-State by FERC. And I think, from my perspective, FERC should be applauded for taking a really hard look at this, because this is exactly what is needed in order to come up with a just and reasonable outcome here.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the public? Commentary? Okay, then, I think we need a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
Second, great. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any same? Okay. At this point, we're going to move into executive session. We're going to switch phones here, so everybody can stand by for a minute. And then for people, the general public listening, we will be back as soon as we're able to.
Matt, I'll give you a call shortly. My status.
And
Thank you.
on this one.
Yeah, let's see what.
I think he does in this litigation.
Yeah, I think it's probably best to excuse yourself. Yeah.
Keep asking though, one day it's gonna change.
Yeah.
Your love.
Be a good day.
Okay.
But it's all yeah, that, I'll look into that.
My schedule.
Jerry made it.
I was just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm good, especially during the
Yeah,
middle
great. Okay, so let's pick up where we left off. So we are, we finished the attorney report, and then I thought Carla was about to speak. Did we do the roundup? We didn't do the roundup yet, did we? No. So we're going to pick it up at Roman numeral 10B. And let's just stay in order for the rest of the show. So let's get a director report from the Roundup Foundation.
I don't know if everybody read it, but it was all in there if anybody had any questions. One thing did come up at the last meeting. We had an application for grant from the League of Women Voters, and I believe you guys have talked. So we don't need to talk about that. But anyway, we passed that on because we were concerned about it. Jessica brought up. We were concerned about that being political, so I think we're coming back again this month.
Because our roundup policy is prohibited political affiliations.
Are they political?
They changed their status.
Our 501c3 status prohibits us from contributing to political organizations. This particular League of Women Voters chapter has just recently received 501c3 status, which sort of inoculates us from having to vet that for ourselves.
Go ahead.
One quick question. This goes to seek and how much we put into that. So I know in a lot of our community meetings we're talking about right now there's this huge housing crisis due to the influx of, well, the gentrification of our community. And I know that a lot of the bucket of working poor is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And so seek is always strange, but is there any
Well,
more?
it's, I think, Carl, maybe you can help on it. I believe it's $400 a month that we do. And we have meetings once a month, and, you know, people apply, people ask for, you know, I need $700 for a car payment, I need $1,500 for make rent next month, and it's some really hard, you know, gut-wrenching cases that we get. And so, you know, we look, meetings I've been on, it's like, well, do 200 there and 200 there, 100 each, and then there are the other agencies that are involved, and they all seem to have money. So everyone, in the 3 or 4 meetings I've been to, everybody gets funded who's asking that. Now, you know, there's no big program to do, you know, we're going to build a housing development, anything like that. It's really a, you know, one-on-one sort of discussion.
So in the roundup report, all I got was balance sheet and
yeah, that was my. I'm sorry, that was my bad.
So I haven't finished.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't see who had actually been funded.
Right, and I apologize, but I got it.
What was on that?
It's down at the bottom.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
it's page 8.
Pardon, keep going.
It's there.
Did you update today?
I checked this morning and it was, the page count was the same.
Is it
Page 80.
On page 80.
Okay, I'll look at it later.
But it was the Boys and Girls Club, got actually 2 grants. One for improving their hygiene facilities as far as touchless bathrooms and things like that. And a great program, they're calling it Brain Gain, and teachers and the Boys and Girls Club are working on bringing teachers in to help kids who really fell behind during COVID. And then community something.
Treehouse.
Bayfield, what is it?
Treehouse.
Treehouse, yeah. It's a program where parents can go to actually work, there's computers there, and they can bring their kids, and their kids can play. They have to stay there, but they meet other parents, and anyway, we're helping them improve some of their facilities.
Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, Tri-State. Get after it.
All right, I do have a report in the iPad. If you have questions on that, I'm going to just mention a couple highlights. One of them was the weather event that they had last month. I mentioned a little bit this morning, but they had a burst come through, and within a couple minutes took up 10 miles of a 230 volt transmission line. And that had 3 lines on it, so that's 30 miles. And we're talking about getting materials. And Tri-State's really concerned on some of these materials because it's more than just the United has. Some of these big transformers and stuff like that. There is a presentation in the drive you can look at. It has some pictures of it and stuff. It's pretty stunning because it was a matter of minutes and they took it out. So we're trying to get that up and going as quick as they can. There's also, you'll hear, or next month, like I mentioned, also is the annual meeting. So John will be going to that. The only thing that the board recommended for presentation to the membership as far as the vote is to limit the non-utility members to 10. I think that's the only thing that's on the schedule right now for voting. So other things might come up, we might want to have discussions ahead of time, bring things up. But that's all we'll be here for further.
Limit the non-members what?
So 10.
10 members.
There's 3 right now, so you can only have,
I didn't quite catch that. Okay, thank you.
There's 4 now?
There's 3. There's 3 now, and the concern was that non-utilities could someday become more than utilities. They didn't want that to happen. Also, with funds coming from the federal government and state, we're talking about helping out with stranded assets, which is closed generation plants. What they've done is they renamed it. Instead of stranded assets, we now call it rural community assistance. So that's what it's referred to as far as some of these funds. You'll see that popping up once in a while. The financial status of Tri-State right now is pretty bleak. We're having a rough start to the year. Member sales is not covered. We're down roughly 8 to 9% every month. Expenses are pretty high, just like this weather event. Valentine's Day weekend when Texas got hit, that was a big hit for Tri-State and some other things. So we'll keep a close eye on that and just, work as best we can on it. And also, one day last month, the price of electricity got to $1,000 a megawatt hour. They expect more days this month and a bunch next month. The projected future prices is really sketchy at the sky.
Was Tri-State selling or buying that day?
They're selling.
Good deal.
They're hoping that next month when they have these, that they'll get to sell it and kind of help out the financial situation. So, and most of that is orientated around California. But not all of them.
Right.
Joe, just a couple things. Is this, I think this is really unusual, this weather event, knocking down lines. I mean, does this happen?
It is unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with it happening. Look at Dan, and he said absolutely.
And then my other question, Colin, I don't know anything about this, but I'm reading this, and Tri-State giving $5 million to a carbon capture, I guess, research. And my understanding is you can capture carbon, but it's not anything that will ever be scalable. I'm just really kind of, unless I'm reading this wrong.
That has already happened. They have a test center up.
It's already happened?
Yeah. So that is their contribution, is to put in that $5 million. They got this facility up there, and what they do is invite other companies to come in that want to try their theory on how to capture carbon. And that's what it was. It was set up for it. They had an X prize that was given out in the last month or two. Tri-State did not do any funds for the X prize. They just got to set up this facility trying to get some movement on some new technology.
So this $5 million was allocated some time ago?
Yeah, it was. And that facility is still open, and they take it down. It's in Wyoming.
That'll be priced into our buyout. Rachel?
But we won't get a refund from the community. Okay. No, so Wyoming members town hall on Wednesday. So any updates on that? They met with all the Wyoming folks. What are they looking for?
I do not have an update on that, but it also mentions in there they're going to do it in other states and stuff. That was kind of a starting one. And my guess is on that one, the biggest issue with Wyoming is that Tri-State won't be able to import fossil fuel generation after a certain date by Colorado rules. And Wyoming is freaked out about that because that's a big sale thing for them.
Yeah.
That should be. My guess is that's.
Okay. And then the other one was solar costs are increasing. There's been an increase in the cost of raw polysilicon. Is that related to the inflation pressures we're seeing and kind of all these supply chain backups related to the pandemic, or is this external to that?
No, I think it's to that and other things as well. I know the insurance on the solar farms that they've had gone up 60%, and they were told they're going to go up more real soon. And the biggest reason is damage from climate. You just talked about the microversion. I think with the solar panels that goes on was hail. Take out a whole field of 20,000 panels. So insurance is really a problem. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'll pass.
Well, the WAPA power that we all have, 99%, that all flows through Tri-State, right? It helps keep Tri-State rates down, so cheap WAPA power. Do you know how much the WAPA power is down this year? I mean, we're reading a lot about how much for instance, it's just in the news this week that Lake Powell can barely produce its electricity, and they're having to draw down the 3 major reservoirs in the west, down the lake, right in our neighborhood, to try to just keep the, do you know how much WAPA power is?
It's in the top right now, 30%, but WAPA puts out a study, and their worst nightmare is next year. Because even if we do get a weather pattern change, so next year they're worried about it more than this year. And I learned something new on that. I think I mentioned it last month, that the depth of that water. I thought, well, you have water, you run it through there to be powered, but you have to have that pressure. That pressure
to run the turbine
is key.
And electricity is called voltage.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And I guess it's just stunning to me that we're drawing down these already depleted reservoirs now just to keep Lake Powell going.
Yep.
At a diminished level. So then you project that out over the year.
So last month, if you look in the drive, there's also a presentation about the drought. It is not just WAPA. So for instance, like the Craig facility, they use a lot of water knowledge generation plants, and they're running out of water. So are all the farmers and ranchers down there trying to split it up. It's a real big issue. The drought is a big factor.
And those add up to just other exogenous cost pressures on Tri-State.
Yes, they do.
Right. So that's rough scenario.
Let's do a couple more questions.
Just as a clarifier, when we met with WAPA during the power spike, there is a replacement power. They have an obligation and they provide replacement power at a subsidized price. It may not be hydropower, however, right? So what it starts to do is take some other power off the market. So the obligation to the ones who have WAPA power is continued for a while. There is a point at which those bets are off. So. And also, that water coming out of Lake Powell, it's also to make sure Ted gets back.
Yeah. So he can serve on around
Go ahead.
So Tri-State has a contract with WAPA to be the makeup person for that
Well,
power.
WAPA offers that makeup power. You're not obligated to take it. But it's usually less costly than going into the market.
Yeah, they also have within the last 2 years, Tri-State also has a contract with WAPA if WAPA is overproducing, to take their power. So it's
So
an
that's
interesting
probably part of
contract.
the
It's a different thing, yeah. I have a couple questions I have a response for you, Rachel, which is the solar costs and such. Utility Dive did a really good thing about recent brief on PPA prices going up, and I think it's 2.3% over the first quarter of this year compared to last year. And they kind of ran through that whole thing, so you might want to look that up. If I think about it, I'll send you that link. My question to you is about the stranded asset money. So that's money that Tri-State is going to get, and because they're going to have stranded assets?
Well, it's money Tri-State's going to try to get.
Okay.
So what they did is Biden administration has given out this big chunk of money for the grid and energy and stuff. And Tri-State started to go after it, and then they were in kind of competition with NRECA. So NRECA was fighting against Tri-State trying to get this. That has now turned around. NRECA is now behind this to try to get some of this for stranded assets. So it's starting to reach out not just to Tri-State. It's reaching out to a bunch of G&Ts. But that money is not secured yet. The state is also trying to do that, and they have the backing of the Sierra Club and some others to try to get that stranded asset funds in there so that they can advance some of the other things and make it easier.
Okay, and that is, so that should significantly reduce, depending on how much money comes in, future cost, right?
It has a real potential.
Okay, so if that happens, then the cost of any buyout will probably come down.
I think absolutely. They didn't mention it this month, but last month they said that the pot that the federal government had was $10 billion. That's a lot of money, but in reality, with stranded assets, it's not much money.
Yeah.
So we don't know what the effect would be and how successful Tri-State will get it. to get the right endorsement in essence.
Price per megawatt. Like 500 or something per megawatt that you are compensated, and it would be a very small percentage of tri-states if you spread that out, basically, across all the people.
I've never heard that, so, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, any last questions for Claude before we move on to the next item?
One more question, sir, or actually it's a request, and that is I think with the 30-day push that Tri-State had to work on the CDP back to whatever, I think the partial buy down has been maybe not getting the attention that it should get, and if you would please try to get that more attention, that'd be great. They're just, gotta work on it.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, next item, fast track. Good time.
So the report is there. I would maybe, hopefully you all read it and studied those financials thoroughly. Quickly, I'd say a couple of key things that were discussed was, one of the board members, actually a couple of the board members, staff, including the Tomu before he departed, were all consulted by Magellan. I think they were, which is the consultant, Magellan Advisors was the consultant for the broadband committee. They put, Fast Track put some time and effort to answer all the questions that they wanted. I believe that was a successful collaboration and information sharing. And I think that, that also draws in, I think, a little bit more sort of a collaborative spirit between the two. And I hope we can continue with that kind of. One of the key ISPs here is still in bankruptcy. There seems to be a sort of declining opportunity to see that we'll get actually paid out of that, but who knows? They're trying to reorganize, but if they can, they'll go to Chapter 7, which is they wipe out the debts, and anyone that's owed doesn't really get paid, or gets paid. And then there were a couple of new, basically the Tumbu's departure, they're going to break that into 2 jobs. One's more in engineering, one's more in management. He was kind of fulfilling 2 roles, if you will. And then there was a part-time accounting position who, due to personal reasons, couldn't continue. And so Fast Track Kelly reached out to Jessica and LPEA's finance department is graciously, I believe, helping Fast Track through this interim period. Again, I can't tell you how it warms my heart to see when people are collaborating and working together. So I really appreciate that. And that's about it. That's the highlights. Questions? Sure.
Tim, with Brainstorm and the parent company, is there any opportunity for Fast Track to pick up any assets that might help the company there?
Well, as part of the bankruptcy proceedings, we cannot go out and solicit those customers at all. So we, our opportunity to provide them an alternative unsolicited is zero. But if, for whatever reason, those customers want to leave Fast Track and approach Fast Track, that's a possibility. So that you can't, maybe you can circle, but you can't actually land as a vulture and pick up the pieces.
Okay.
Bob, we have a question. If it's appropriate, you don't know if Atomo took a job with a competitor?
He did not. He took a job with probably more like a vendor, which is industry name, server and telecommunications equipment provider that allows him to still work in this community. And that was a big attraction to him to continue to stay, live here with his family, and do the similar kind of work across the U.S. for his company. He was not a competitor. And in fact, the fast track signed an agreement with a consulting that allows him to, establishes the potential for him to provide continuing support for several months if needed. You know, that I think was a really good thing. It was mutually beneficial.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, let's do CREA.
All right, fabulous.
Roll.
There is included a report in the board packet. No major standouts, save that the Colorado State Legislative session is currently in hiatus until next year. From what I'm hearing, they are kind of all jockeying into position to try to figure out how to spend ARP funds. There was a slew of clean energy and climate environmental legislation passed and signed right at the end of the last legislative session. I could come up with a better list if anybody wants to see that. Would you like that? Okay, I'll dig that out for you. The audit was clean. Kent Singer talked about a whole bunch of things like, let's see, the ARP funds, the potential infrastructure legislation that's being considered at the federal level. Let's see, the Lamar versus Southeast Colorado deal is still going on. And the next meeting is at the end of August. Let's see, Pedal to Plains was canceled for COVID concerns, which was very unfortunate. And the bad news, postal rates are going up. They're looking at about an 8% rate increase there. So, any questions on CREA? Hearing none, Western United was very easy because there was no meeting. I did include, however, had Janelle include the newsletter that came out. So early, unfortunately, I misspoke. The open house is on the 16th of September, not on August 4th, or August 5th. On August 5th, they're having a shindig about the cases and benefits of energy storage for electric cooperatives. So that is open, from what I understand, to the public, or to us. So.
Is it in person?
It is in person, yes. Anybody else? Questions? Yes, sir?
One of the, what's his name, the legislative liaison guy.
Jeff Heyer, no, he's the attorney. It's Tim Coleman.
No, you mentioned somebody who's leaving.
Jeff Heyer.
Jeff Heyer, that's right. And he's the legislative.
He's actually the attorney.
Is he attorney?
Yeah, but
didn't he handle the legislative?
Yes, he did.
Lobbying and so forth?
He's like the primary head person for that part of the staff.
And, I mean, that I would think is a tough role to fill.
This has come out since the last board meeting, so I'm sure it'll be on the next board meeting.
And was that just a normal retirement?
Yes, as far as I understand, yes.
So prior to the next legislative session, the plan is to get somebody.
Again, that announcement came after the last board meeting, so I don't have better details than that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, that is the last report. Absent any other additional business, then I think we can adjourn. And I need a motion to do that.
No, we've completed the agenda. You don't have to
Excellent.
adjourn.